Good afternoon. I'd like to welcome everyone back to the reconvened agenda meeting on April 20th at 2 p.m. per the meeting notice. As a point of procedure, this meeting is reconvened to finish the April 16th agenda items following the agenda previously approved, a quorum being present. Today, Vice Chairman Jones is coming from the event at FTCC that most of us were at. She'll be here shortly. We'll resume the meeting that was adjourned on April 16th, picking up at item 3C. Also, for the purposes of today's meeting, we will take manual votes because just because we need to based on the system. Additionally, Commissioners, given that we're working through a continued agenda with about 25 items remaining, and because our rules of procedure are silent on default debate time limits for Commissioners, I'm establishing the following for today's agenda to ensure we can complete our business and that all Commissioners have equal time to be heard. So the guidelines will be 5 minutes per member for the first round of discussion on each item with one additional 2-minute response in a second round. So again, Commissioners, will do one round. If the staff is responding to you, that does not go against your 5 minutes. If you're asking questions, the deputy clerk will keep the time. If you refer to the front, there's a time clock at the front now. It is the one from downstairs, so it's the same one we use in our dais, so it is calibrated and correct. Again, it'll be 5 minutes for your first round and 2 minutes in response in the second round. And without objection, we'll proceed on that basis.
No third round, Mr. Chairman?
Subject to the Chair's approval.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, we'll proceed on that basis, and that's so ordered. And before we resume business, I would like to, because we are already in our agenda, but before we resume business, I think it's appropriate that we do an invocation and a pledge of allegiance, and I'd like to invite Commissioner Adams to provide that today.
You bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we come once again, coming through the throne just to say thank you. Thank you for providing us this wonderful day that you did. Father, we'd ask you to bless everyone that's under the sound of my voice. Father, we'd ask that everything be done decent and in order. Father, I would do this and ask to pray for some rain for the drought-stricken areas of North Carolina. Father, you know what those farmers are going through, and I'd ask you to bring some relief to our community. Father, we'd ask also that each family member, as we're here doing this work, our family members are at home. We ask you to bless those family members that are there waiting on us to return. Father, we ask this all in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll go ahead and move to the next consideration of agenda item, bid award for post-event recovery shelter generator installation. County Manager Greer.
Yes, Assistant County Manager Faith Phillips will present this item and answer any questions you have, and also go over some follow-up questions that you had from the previous infrastructure meeting. Faith.
Thank you, County Manager Greer.
And real quick, Assistant County Manager Phillips, is there anything new updated in the agenda packet since it's been uploaded?
No, sir.
Okay, I'd like to ask the Commissioners if there are any questions around this item. You've had an opportunity to review the items that have been uploaded, and so at this time I will entertain questions or comments from the board. Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We did have so this item was presented to our infrastructure committee meeting. We did have some questions in that meeting, and I believe the county manager has some follow-up to those questions. I would just like to hear that material come back before we take action, Mr. Chair, if that's okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Tyson. We'll go ahead and proceed with that information, and then we'll open it back up for questions or comments. If you'll just keep it contained to that updated information. Thank you.
Absolutely. I'm going through my notes for the appropriate answers. So one of the first questions from the Board of Commissioners meeting at the infrastructure meeting was if the schools that are a part of the project are slated on the Cumberland County Board of Schools consolidation. None of the schools are on that consolidation for closure. The second question that we had was for the base bid or the addendums. So both the county management and the Wooten, who was the company that we worked with on this bid, recommend awarding the contract to the low bidder to include the base bid of $1,146,000 and to include the alternate bid item for load bank disconnects at all sites, which is an additional $306,000 for a total award of $1,452,000. There were some questions on the load banks. So load banks facilitate the required testing of the generators. They're needed over the life of the project to ensure reliable operation under electric loads. The base bids are lump sum bids for the installation of the recovery generators at each of the 4 schools. And there was a question about the prices and the price differential for each. So a breakdown of the prices for the lump sum is in the attached documentation. The prices vary for each school due to site-specific conditions. And those conditions include length and size of conductors because they vary at each location. The lump sum bid alternates for installing load bank disconnects at each school are also broken down in the attached information, and the prices of those alternates vary by location due to size.
Any other updates on any of the additional information?
That's it. That's it.
Commissioner Tyson, I'm going to go ahead and you're recognized, and we'll give you your balance of your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, based on that report back, it's fair to say that the base bid amount plus the alternate bid amount that y'all are recommending is just for the installation of the generators.
Yes, sir.
Just for the load bank equipment only. It does not include the original price of the generator.
Correct. So the generators were purchased. So engineering worked with the Wooten company to complete design of the generators and automatic transfer switches at the 4 locations. They were all purchased in 2025 in 4 or 5 different contracts, which I can give you the number if you would like. And then we had a change order for upsizing the automatic transfer switches, which were presented to the August 12th, 2025 Infrastructure Committee. And then it was approved by the board at the August 25th, 2025 regular meeting. The change order was needed because the automatic transfer switches were designed based on average loads instead of the service size. And then the funds for this project were allocated in line 1014504-577-070-ARPRS.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yield my time back.
Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Adams, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, and this is basically more for information, since we're on people are watching. So we've got these schools identified, but we've got other schools with generators, because I don't want people out west to think that there is no school out west that has a generator, and you may not know which ones, but I think we need to put on that these are additional to the ones we already have. I think Westover and some other places have some.
Yes, sir.
And so, Mr. Chair, I just want to make sure, because if people read this, it looks as though we're just doing one half of the county and not the entire county. So that was I think your manager had somehow.
County
Manager, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. We'll provide a list of all the generators so everyone will know, excuse me, that these are just not new, but all of them located throughout the county.
Commissioner Adams, anything else?
No, I don't need, well, I guess you could get them for purposes. I know that they're out there. I just wanted everybody in the community to know this is additional on top of what we already have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioners, any other questions or comments before we move to a motion? Hearing none, Commissioner Fairclough, I entertain a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we approve the award for the recovery shelter generators installation to BECP LLC in the amount of $1,452,000, which includes the base bid and alternatives 1 through 4 at Pine Forest High School, Southview High School, McWilliams Middle School, and W.T. Brown Elementary School. and place this as an item of consent for the agenda of the Board of Commissioners, April 27th, 2026, regular meeting.
Second.
We've got a motion to approve the award for the recovery shelter generators installation. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion or comments on the motion? Hearing none, I'd ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
And we'll go ahead, thank you, Commissioners. We'll go ahead and move forward to the next item. Expanded contract for courthouse security. Cam Manager Greer, you're recognized.
Yes, Commissioners, good afternoon. Sorry for my voice. Over the past few months, we've been looking at expanding our contract with Allied Universal. Jerry Stefanko, Facilities Director, is here also to provide additional context as I go through this item. And I give a prime example. We had an incident during one of the snow events where we had an encampment basically on our library, main library steps. We need security at times where we can't get law enforcement due to their being busy and doing other things to help us with our security at our business. We received a proposal and we had several questions. I think we're okay with the dollar amount, but there's some individual questions that we're trying to work through from the state level, the bidding level, making sure we bring all that, we meet all those procurement guidelines. But generally, based on what we've talked with Allied, we want to just be able to move forward. Right now, they're saying they could give us 10 full-time security personnel, 2 part-time security personnel, 1 supervisor, and approximately $588,000 a year. That's a refinement that we need to do, but we want to just go get Commissioner's approval to move forward with expanding the scope with Allied, and then we'll provide the proposal along with expanded contract at probably a later meeting, hopefully the first meeting in May. And Jeremy and myself are here to answer any questions you may have.
Is there any additional items you want to highlight before I open it up to Commissioners?
No, sir.
So the only document up is the memorandum, correct?
Yes.
In the agenda package, okay. Commissioners, questions on this item? Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized for first round.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for a time of 5 minutes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Manager, I guess a couple of comments, concerns, questions, kind of all that together. One, the personnel that we are recommending in your memo, these would be sworn personnel or non-sworn personnel?
These would be non-sworn personnel.
Okay, and the reason I ask that is, it's my understanding, and I know Commissioner Adams can maybe speak a little bit better to this, but it's my understanding that because we do have sworn personnel that are providing security now, that if we have an incident that occurs and there's certain evidence that you can present in court, we may be hindered in doing so if we have non-sworn personnel versus sworn personnel with our monitoring system. So I'd like to hear a little bit from you about that.
Correct. That would be the case, but as long as we have, I don't want to go into too much detail, as long as we have sufficient evidence of them, of the security acting in their security nature, the evidence should be admissible, for lack of a better term.
And then I guess continuing with that line, my question would be, have we discussed with our sheriff's department and our sheriff the proposal to include kind of the budget amount we're thinking? And I'll tell you why I bring that up, because even if the board's going to go towards looking towards a non-sworn posture to fill the security role at the courthouse, which I can respect, that's what the board wants to do. I'm just wondering, our sheriff's office has non-sworn personnel as well, and I would like to know, if they feel confident they could recruit people into a non-sworn position, where if they had this funding or less, that they could kind of fulfill the role. And so that would be my question is, have we engaged our sheriff to kind of explore those options, and do we have a recommendation back from him in his office?
Commissioner Tyson, I did consult with the sheriff's office on this, their attorney, as well as the major and Chief Deputy Brodus. Upon getting this, we did kind of meet together, and based off the demands needed here, it was kind of based off of what they needed for security. The ideal goal was to put, since they weren't sworn in, put these gentlemen here in the post areas, and then they would have more deputies in the court areas, which would be sworn in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield my time.
Commissioners, other questions or comments? Commissioner Adams, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I guess my first question is, who's supervising these people?
No,
I mean, they don't
trying-
belong to the sheriff's department, and they're non-sworn officers. I think they got one supervisor, but at this courthouse, when this thing goes, whatever it does, who's in charge of these people? Who they gonna answer to?
those are some of the discussions that we got to iron out with the sheriff's department and county management.
Then my second question is, are we opening all the doors? With 13 people, are we opening the two sides, the one where the registered deeds office is, the one over there where the clerk's office is on the first floor? We're gonna do 13 people.
No, it will remain as it is currently. They won't open those. I think they do have future plans to want to open those in the future, but as of now, no, sir.
So how many people do they have at the doors now?
They have about 1 to 2. It just depends on which post it is.
And we got how many doors?
We got 3 total.
3?
Yes, sir.
So I'm adding 13 people, yet I still can't open my other doors when they only have 1 or 2 people at these doors. I don't understand the math.
It just wouldn't be the courthouse, it would be other locations also that we would work through.
Well, that's not what this is. This is expanded contractor services for the county courthouse. So is this, how many gonna be here and where they're gonna be, I guess is, because that's what this is. That's why I'm asking who's supervising, where they are, or whatever.
Yes, sir. I believe the way they had it planned out, it was 3 at each post, and I think the main post 1 would be 4, and then you would have a supervisor going back and forth.
But that doesn't make sense. What he just said is they're not all here. So something, I'm missing something.
We'll bring clarity back to it for you.
I can't vote on it unless I get the clarity.
Well, I would just say, right now, the main focus is the courthouse, but we have other areas too that we need to look at that we're having issues with that we need to address.
I still got a couple of, and I still do understand that, but if you're gonna add other people, why wouldn't we do the contract so that we're not piecemealing this thing and maybe better rate for it than trying to piecemeal something together?
Probably, I worded the narrative incorrectly. It would be more comprehensive here at the courthouse and other areas like the library on a periodic basis, DSS on a periodic basis, health department. I think one of the concerns is, from a staff perspective, is when we have, on the weekends, there's sometimes that we have incidents and we need that coverage. Also, we need to monitor our parking a little bit for safety concerns also.
Which leads me to another question. This says 10 full-time security officers. So you're telling me the weekend, is this included in the weekend? I'm just trying to get some clarity.
Not all of that, it will be included in the weekend.
But, so this is not just Monday through Friday at the courthouse? I don't know what the full-time security is. When you talk about 10 full-time, 2 part-time.
During the week, 10 full-time would, if they take over the doors, would be here at the courthouse. On the weekends, it's thought that there would be 2 people that would roam through all county and facilities on a periodic, part-time, periodic basis, depending on the hours and things of that nature. But those are some of the things that we're trying to work through in the proposal that we received.
So does that mean moving the ones that's at the health department, and so the sheriff gets his 2 people back? Because they've got somebody at DSS and somebody at the health department.
And I think that's a goal, sir, to try to get some of these security guards to mandate some of these post areas where they can probably pull some of the deputies back in and get them where they need to be.
My last question. I got my time. So, are they armed?
Yes.
So we got non-sworn officers, okay, carrying guns as they're at this courthouse.
Actually, sir, on these ones, they're not armed on these,
no.
on this proposal. You could increase the price and get armed ones.
Get on, that's right.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
So I go to this point. If somebody comes in, at least my deputies here got armed guns. Somebody comes in with a gun at the front door and comes up, what happens?
I know.
That's a
Yes, sir.
rhetorical kind of question, because what I'm saying is, that doesn't give me any kind of safety or security that you've got people at the doors with no weapons.
Yeah, and I think the main goal of them was kind of to manage the posts when people come through, make sure they catch everything before they come through. And then what they would do with a radio, they would have one radio where that security company would just have contact to one line for the courthouse, where they could dispatch the sheriff's office if there was an emergency.
I think we're giving people a false sense of security. If you put non-sworn officers at the door with no weapons, it's a false sense of security of what comes in and out of this door. But that's just me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I guess I would ask one more question. I got a couple.
You're recognized for your last follow.
No, I got 2 minutes. So, what would be the cost if you did the sworn officers? Did we get the difference of the two?
We will, we'll get that before we bring forward a contract. We'll bring it back and make sure that we have all the questions buttoned up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that's my last one.
Commissioner Patel, you're recognized for a series of questions in 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I can be quick. To Commissioner Adams' points and questions, I think if we're going to spend close to $600,000, I'd like to understand what the plan is, and to Commissioner Adams' point, that there's not a false sense of security, and that everyone that's coming in here to work here all day long, I know we've got staff that stays longer, so we could just bring that back in a full scope and understand our options if we need armed security or not. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anything else? Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner, I think what I'm hearing is we need some more detail on this. Does it make sense to bring it back to a future meeting that includes either remotely or in person allied so they can properly answer our conversations, as well as have input from the sheriff or have a sheriff's representative here to have those conversations and some recommendations from the sheriff?
Yes.
Commissioners, are you okay with that?
That's fine, Mr. Chairman.
County Manager, next month.
Yes.
Commissioner Faircloth, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
I just want to bring this up. I'm getting a little bit concerned about security at the loading dock. I understand now there's just a monitor there. There's a television monitor type there now, right?
Security cameras, yes, sir.
Security cameras.
Yes,
that's what
sir.
I'm looking for. I'm a little concerned about people bringing stuff in the back door. So, could we look at that, or is that something the commissioners have any heartburn with?
Commissioner Faircloth, excuse me, Chairman.
You're recognized.
Commissioner Faircloth will evaluate that. I share your same concern.
Thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners? We're okay with that direction, so
Yes,
it's
yes.
input from the sheriff, input an updated presentation, or having an allied rep here to be able to answer detailed questions and kind of a little bit more detailed plan based on the funding request, and then the conversation with the sheriff. Okay, no action on that item. We'll go ahead and move to the next item, declaration of surplus property, authorization to accept insurance settlement, and approval of budget ordinance amendment B260921. County Manager Greer, you recognize.
Yes, Robin Coons, Chief Financial Officer, will present this item, answer any questions you may have. This is a follow-up from a Finance Committee meeting question that we had. Robin?
Ms. Coons, is there additional information that's updated since the agenda packet's been updated?
No, sir, it's the same thing that's been in your agenda packet. There was just some follow-up questions from our Finance Committee meeting.
Okay, if you'll go ahead and highlight the item and highlight any of those answers, and then we'll open it up to the commissioners for questions. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So quickly, there was an accident involving one of our sheriff's personnel on February 26, 2022 Ford Explorer. And there were no injuries. It was not the fault of our employee. However, the car that he was driving is no longer usable. So the question that came up in Finance Committee when we asked to surplus this and accept the insurance settlement was the value that the county was receiving, because the vehicle is a 2022 and the settlement offer is $17,447.88, which of course is $1,000 less because of our deductible. And so just did a little back work after that meeting with our Travelers Insurance Company, and that individual was sharing that our insurance covers actual cash value of the vehicle based on its condition at the time of loss, and not the replacement value cost of a similar vehicle. And so they do use, Travelers does use a third-party contractor or vendor to determine that value. It's based on condition, mileage, options, equipment, and comparable vehicles within our market area. They do go after the other party's insurance during the subrogation process, so there are times that they do recoup those funds. But we do also have, obviously, the option of filing a claim directly with the other insurance carrier of the driver of the vehicle who is at fault, if we choose to do that as well. So.
Anything else before we move
No,
to
sir.
questions?
That's it.
Commissioners, questions or comments? Commissioner Adams, you're recognized for a series of questions for a total of 5 minutes.
And I guess my question would be, to start off with, why are we using our insurance company?
We don't have to.
I mean, they got hit in the back because I'm losing $1,000 because I'm using my insurance company and they're doing the deductible, whereas I'll just file against their insurance company. I just get more for Rick and those, but for Mr. Moorfield and those. But it's pretty simple because it's just a property damage type thing, and you don't lose the $1,000. So I don't. Maybe if that's our policy, then we might need to relook at that. This one, he was just sitting there and got hit in the back. Seems as though we should go against the other insurance policy.
Yes, sir.
We don't lose the $1,000 deductible for whatever the value of the car is.
And I don't think it's a policy. I think it's just been our procedure, and we can change that if that's the will of the board.
Attorney Moorfield, is there any input on that line of question?
What Commissioner Adams is saying is appropriate, yes. We could be going against the other insurance. I don't understand why we did.
Are we too late in the process to do that now?
We are not. We have not settled this based on the conversation that we've had.
Commissioner Adams, anything else?
Well, and that's only because once we keep filing these claims, it will hit our insurance, which makes it go up. That's the only reason I'm looking at it that way.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good point. Commissioner Tyson, and then I'll move to Commissioner Fairclough.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, I kind of echo Commissioner Adams' concerns. One thing, and I'm glad the sheriff is here. Thank you, Sheriff Morgan, for being here. I did have a chance to talk with the sheriff about this item, and I know he's here. He can provide this firsthand knowledge. But it was his understanding and opinion that when this vehicle was, the value was determined, it was determined as if it was a civilian, regular Ford Explorer, which we know that's not the case with this vehicle. And the sheriff assured me that him and his personnel took every measure to salvage the county-owned equipment that they could. There was a damage to the box in the back of the vehicle and to some of the lighting to the rear of the vehicle, which would be more specialized equipment. And I just want to say, Mr. Chairman, we got into a little bit of a pickle last year that we corrected because of vehicles that we had lost that we didn't replace. And we made the sheriff's office whole on, vehicles that were in this situation. And we got to where there was 26 of them. So the other comment that I'll make is, as we have these non-at-fault accidents that come, we need to make our sheriff's office or quite frankly, any department of the county, in my opinion, that loses a vehicle that's not due to their circumstance, we need to make them whole on that vehicle and not just kind of lump that into the budget process. Our budget process, again, in my opinion, is designed to where the departments can put their request in for vehicles that need to be replaced because of obsolescence or because of mechanical costs, things like that. Not necessarily just making them whole on a vehicle they had and then lost. So I'll just mention that, and then, Mr. Chairman, I would yield my remaining time, if possible, to our sheriff if he would like to add anything, if you would accept that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Tyson. Sheriff Morgan, thank you for being here. Do you have anything you want to add in the balance of Commissioner Tyson's time? Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for being here, sir.
Yes, sir. Again, apologize for being late. The vehicles, I believe the insurance folks, when they come and they look at our vehicles, they're probably going off Kelly Blue Book value. So whatever they would get off in a lot or whatever, I think that's what the insurance company's going to go with. As far as equipment, we try to salvage as much equipment off of those vehicles as we can. Talking about a $30,000 or $40,000 vehicle, then we put $50,000 to $60,000 worth of equipment in it, and because that stuff keeps getting more and more expensive now. The more upgrades we go through and everything else, the more expensive it gets. So we try to salvage every bit of it we can when we have one wreck.
Anything else to add, Sheriff Morgan?
No, I just appreciate y'all supporting that, because as we go through, we got an old fleet, and so we're trying to get our fleet as healthy as we can. So, but I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. And again, Sheriff Morgan, thank you for being here. Commissioner Tyson, anything else?
I just have a motion whenever you're ready, Mr. Chair.
I will go to Commissioner Fairclough. You have 5 minutes for a series of questions or comments.
I just have a quick question. Okay, Travelers is our insurer, is that correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
Okay, and they're showing $1,000 deductible on this thing.
Yes, sir.
All right, if they subrogate, do we get our $1,000 back?
I think we do, yes.
Okay. I
I don't want to say for sure. I know you,
Okay,
but
yeah,
I would have to
we'll be
verify
sure
that.
about Okay.
Commissioner Fairclough, anything else?
Not yet.
Commissioners, any other questions or comments? County Manager Greer, anything else to add? Ms. Coots, anything else to add?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Patel, you're recognized for a series of questions and comments up to 5 minutes.
Just one question, and thank you, Sheriff Morgan, for being here. I know when we were chatting last time, do we know if the driver that hit the deputy had insurance or not? Has that been verified?
That I'm not sure. I know they were intoxicated. It was a DUI driver that
Yeah.
struck them. In fact, I used that vehicle for one of my tips of the week, because I was saying that, even the sheriff's office is affected by drinking and driving, and they eat the rear end of that car up, so.
So, Mr. Coons, do you know?
I believe the driver does have insurance, because when I took it back to my risk management person who does all of this work, he indicated that we could go back to the driver's insurance. So to me, that indicated there is insurance.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sure.
County Manager Greer, would you need, based on the line of questioning around looking at their insurance first, would you need some procedural change that's internal to county?
We can
county
handle
level?
that.
Okay.
We can handle that.
Commissioners, any other questions or comments? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion that we direct the county manager to look to recoup the loss of the Explorer from the at-fault insurance company first. And, Mr. Chair, I would be fine go ahead and declaring the vehicle surplus. I don't think we can use it. I would also ask that the county manager come back with a response to that process to include a replacement proposal for the vehicle that we lost.
Second.
Commissioner Tyson, if you'll just restate your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my motion is that we can go ahead and declare the vehicle as surplus and that we direct the county manager to work with the at-fault insurance company for the claim of the vehicle loss, and that he come back to this board in a time not to exceed 30 days with the framework of the plan, either a proposed settlement from the at-fault insurance carrier or the results of that. And he also look to provide a proposal for a replacement vehicle due to the loss.
Are there questions or, we've got a motion on the table for the declaration of surplus county property. It's been properly seconded. Are there comments or discussions on that question? Commissioner Adams, you recognize.
Two things. First one would be a question. If you declare it surplus, do we move to get rid of it? Because the other insurance company is going to need to see it before anything happens. So I don't know what the procedure is once you declare it surplus.
County Manager Greer,
Or the
questions
sheriff.
on surplus?
If it's declared surplus, either we can put it on gov deals or the sheriff department can use it for other procedures.
But can it be held until it's been either disposed by the other insurance company or ours?
I will hold until it's disposed by
And you
them.
have that ability at your level?
Yes.
Sheriff Morgan, did you have any comments?
So at any accident, we always take a lot of photos of the vehicle, so we would have a lot of photographs of that vehicle as well for the insurance company. I mean, it's really in depth in the photos we take of them, so.
Commissioner Adams, follow up.
The second question, lawyer's just not that fast. Commissioner Tyson, 30 days is pretty quick to talk about coming back with a settlement. I would at least push it out to 60 days, be as diligent as we can be to be able to get it done. But I think we handicapped doing 30 days because I just know how going back and forth with phone calls and getting the adjuster out and all of that, it just pushes that.
Do you want to offer that as a friendly amendment?
I would.
I would accept up to 60 days as a friendly amendment with the idea that if it came sooner, it would come to the board sooner.
Commissioner Patel? Second. Any other questions or comments on the motion on the table? So it's been amendment to 60 days versus 30 days. Hearing no other questions, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
And we'll go ahead. Thank you. Thank you again, Sheriff, for being here. And we'll go ahead and move to the next item, resolution for funding assistance for Vander Water and Sewer District. County Manager Greer, you're recognized.
Yes, as we evaluate the water and sewer districts in the county, we're looking for funding for the Vander Water and Sewer District. Amanda Lee, General Manager for Natural Resources, will present this item and answer any questions you may have. Chairman, I need to step away for a minute.
Ms. Lee, any updates from the information that's provided in the agenda packet?
Yes, the agenda packet does say support a new water supply well. We want to just say a new water supply source.
So could you give us a quick overview of the request?
Sure.
Just a quick one.
So the request is for the Vander Water and Sewer District. We have maxed out our ability to get additional emerging contaminant funds. We have maxed out that number, that amount from county requests, county directed requests. So we want to make this request in the name of the Vander Water and Sewer District, who has been impacted by PFAS contamination.
Okay. Commissioners, questions or comments on this item? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Faircloth, you recognize.
All right, first question is D on this, but it's F on this, right?
Correct.
Okay. I move that we forward the action to the April 27th, 2026 Board of Commissioners meeting and the Vander Water and Sewer District Governing Board as a consent agenda item, adopt the attached resolution, allowing the department to move forward with the application for funding.
Second motion.
We've got a motion to for the resolution for funding assistance for Vander Water and Sewer Districts. Any question, and it's been properly seconded. Any questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
We'll go ahead and move to the next item. Resolution for funding assistance for renewable gas plant. County Manager Greer, you're recognized.
Yes, I'll turn this one over to Amanda Lee, General Manager of Financial Resources, to discuss and provide any feedback. Amanda?
So this has everything to do with the gas, the methane gas produced at the landfill. We are currently selling that gas to Cargill. We are working now at options for treating that gas so that it can be used as a renewable fuel source. We have gone out to developers to look at potential projects for this gas, and in the process of that, of the interviews, we realized that some entities self-perform these projects, and we have identified a potential funding source as the Division of Water Infrastructure, who funds these type of projects as green energy projects, and we would like to pursue that source of funding to develop this renewable energy source.
Commissioners, questions on this item as presented? Commissioner Adams, you're recognized for 5 minutes and a series of questions.
I don't have any questions, but I will say that one of our former commissioners would be happy to hear that, and that's Commissioner Keith. I'm going to let him know that we've accomplished it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Commissioners, other questions or comments on this item? Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized for 5 minutes or in a series of questions or comments.
Well, actually, if there's not any questions, I'd like to make a motion on this particular item, Mr. Chairman. That's more or less my comment. If it's not any more questions, I'd just like to make a motion on that.
Commissioners, are there any other questions before we move to a motion? Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we approve the service agreement, Myers Engineering PLLC, with the note to exceed the...
Madam Vice Chair, we're not on that item, we're on the previous item.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't see without my glasses on early here. I move the correction. I move that we make a motion to approve tax regulation, place an item, consent to the agenda for the April 20th, 2026 Board of Commissioners meeting in reference to that, as Amanda stated. Am I still reading on
Is there a second to that motion?
Second with the friendly amendment.
Commissioner Patel, you're recognized.
That it moves to the April 27th, 2026 Board of Commissioners meeting on the consent agenda item.
And thank you for that correction. It's noted wrong. It states the 20th on my, thank you for clearing that up. My minutes here say the 20th.
Madam Vice Chair, will you accept that as a friendly amendment?
Yes, I will, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions or comments on the motion? We've got a motion on the floor to approve the resolution placed on the consent agenda for funding assistance for renewable gas. Hearing no other questions or comments, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
We'll go ahead and move forward to the next item. Service agreement with Myers Engineering PLLC for Norcrest wastewater system rehabilitation project. County Manager Greer, you're recognized.
Yes, Amy Lee, Utility Service Manager, will present this item and answer your questions you may have. I'm sorry.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The Norcrest District is advancing the wastewater system rehab project to address aging infrastructure, reliability challenges, and capacity constraints affecting Wade, Godwin, and Falcon and nearby rural areas. This project includes replacement and rehab of key assets, which includes the pumps, electrical systems, generators, SCADA equipment, along with system-wide improvements to reduce inflow and infiltration and mitigate corrosion. On January 21st, 2025, the board selected Myers Engineering, PLLC, as the most qualified firm for sanitary sewer engineering services and authorized staff to negotiate the scope and fee. Funding for the agreement, not to exceed $195,000, is available in the Norcrest capital outlay budget and was reappropriated through Budget Ordinance Amendment B250168, approved on May 19, 2025. The project is supported by USDA Rural Development, and the USDA Letter of Conditions was approved by the board on August 25, 2025. Negotiations with Myers Engineering are now complete, and the agreement has been revised to meet county requirements and USDA compliance. All revisions have been approved by USDA, and the agreement has passed legal pre-audit. The engineering services under this agreement include design, bidding, and construction phase support. Due to the timing of USDA review and required pre-audit, this item did not go through the Infrastructure Committee. To maintain schedule and funding requirements, it is being brought directly to the full board for consideration. Staff recommends approval of the service agreement with Myers Engineering, PLLC. And I'll take any questions you may have.
Commissioners, questions on this item? No changes from what's been uploaded in the agenda previously?
No, sir.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions on this? Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized for a series of questions and comments for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my question is around the appropriation from the capital fund balance of the Norcrest Water District in relation to the operating fund operating in a net loss in the letter that we sent to the LGC. And my question specifically relates to this. Was showing that we had a operating loss of about $195,000. One, have we been able to rectify that loss? Because I understand that we've been working on that. But then two, are we sure that, or would we have it as an option to appropriate funding from the capital fund to offset the loss that we're seeing in that operating item, Mr. Chair? So that's really my question as it relates to that.
It's my understanding from the KPI, it was not $195,000. It was around $16,000 this year that we were showing the offset on. Am I correct, Robin? It was around $16,000?
Yeah.
That we had from the KPI?
Yeah, 16,000.
So when we look at the KPI, we're looking at all the water sewer districts together, so combined it was at that $16,000 level. There was a larger loss in Norcrest in and of itself.
You're recognized for a series of questions.
So I have the letter to the local government commission pulled up right here, and the letter that this was asked for us to approve says Norcrest Water Sewer Fund is driving the indicator of the $16,000 total, but that the Norcrest district had an operating loss of $195,940.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, so it is $195,000. Okay, so I guess my previous question reiterated is with the $195,000 loss in Norcrest alone, then one, have we come up with a resolution to this loss? And then two, would it be an option for this board or the Norcrest board to look to appropriate balances from their capital fund to offset that $195,000 loss?
Assistant County Manager Shaw, you're recognized.
Thank you for that question. In fact, this morning, I actually met with the county manager along with our chief financial officer, Amanda Lee, and assistant manager Phillips to address this issue because I was going through the budget this weekend and realized that. And we were proposing to bring something back, maybe asking for some one-time funding since the capital investment fund was kind of tight right now. But we are working through that, and we do hope to bring something back that we agree on the May Finance Committee meeting, if that's acceptable to the board.
And I guess, Mr. Chairman, if I still got 3 minutes. Okay, so I guess, Mr. Chairman, my concern is with approving expenditures from the capital investment fund without a potential solution to the net operating loss first, it would leave the board little recourse but to either appropriate general fund dollars or funds from another source to mitigate that net operating loss. So that's my concern, is taking action on this today without a plan to address the $195,000 loss that we've already sent a letter to the LGC.
Assistant Manager Shaw.
The $195,000 would already go towards the $550,000 that was a match. So it's going part of that $550,000 that's already been earmarked. What I was looking at over the weekend is if you take that plus the $760, I have no more money in that fund. What are we going to do? Therefore, I had called together a meeting this morning and asked for action to be taken and maybe look at freed up capacity after I looked at this capital investment fund model that we were typed.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
So I guess, Mr. Chairman, my concern is this, and that would be a good short-term solution that I would potentially be in favor of, but long-term, we've had a historical loss. This is the second year since I've been on the board that we've had to send a letter to the LGC about a net operating loss for Norcrest. Understanding that there's some external factors at play with that, certainly, and looking at some of the billing relationships that we have with other partners. But I would just feel a lot better, Mr. Chairman, if we knew kind of what the plan was to address long-term this loss that we're seeing, because we can't just stick a Band-Aid on it one-time dollars for the foreseeable future. We're going to have to come up with a comprehensive solution, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Lee, do you have
Yes, I would love to talk about this.
Ms. Lee, before you, I know you're excited because you love talking water.
I do.
But I just want to say, kind of germane to the point, if we need to bring back a detailed update on what we're doing with Norcrest, we could set that to bring that back. And I know if you could just give a highlight of it so it can stay germane to the issue.
So, number one, we do have a study in place to look at the assets in Norcrest and a rate study in place. That study should be completed this fall. We will be returning to the board with that rate study and address some of those questions. Number two, we are applying for a merger regionalization feasibility grant for Norcrest, that we will also look at some of those opportunities. And number three, we really want to get, in addition to looking at the monthly billing, we need to look at timeliness of billing. And one of the approaches we are looking at is automatic metering infrastructure so that we can do better on collections. And from the time we build the revenue, we can collect quicker. And we are having discussions with our partners about that now.
Mr. Moorfield, did you have a comment? Or do you have a question to go to? Well, hold on, let me let Commissioner Tyson finish his time, or yield his time.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. And just, again, kind of one follow-up. In the letter we sent to the LGC, and I hate to keep beating this horse, but I think this is very important, especially for our community to understand. In that letter that was sent, we showed that the sewer flow that was billed to the county by our provider was based on the meter readings at the farthest downstream pump station, and that the county bills for the sewer usage based on the residential water rates. So we're saying we found a discrepancy and that we were working to resolve it, and I guess from my understanding, the rate study is that resolution. Is that what we're saying?
That's one component. There's several components. That is one component. The other is, as alluded to in that statement, is the metering issues. We want to assist the towns with their ability to get bills out timely and to return, to pay the county back for those sewer services. There's a lag there.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield the 49 seconds I have.
Commissioner Faircloth, you're recognized, and I'll move to Commissioner Adams.
I'm not sure my question is even relevant now after listening to everything, but I was just curious as to whether it was a cash loss or a accounting loss or depreciation type loss.
I would say that depreciation has a lot to do with the loss.
Okay, so it wasn't just necessarily money.
No.
Commissioner Freckles, anything else?
I'm done, thank you.
Commissioner Adams, you're recognized for a series of questions and comments for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, and I heard the finance, I don't know that you can move this out of general fund over into this fund. This is not a general county fund, so I don't know if that's what we're talking about using, because, you can't use up freed up capacity or any of that, because this is a Norcrest system. I'd ask the county manager, Mr. Chairman, to weigh in on this. That
County
would be
attorney.
my understanding. I'm not quite sure.
County Manager Greer or Attorney Moorfield?
The courts have applied the same rules to all public funds, so it doesn't matter that it's tax money or what we're calling free capacity. It is still money in the general fund that's available for the benefit of all the taxpayers in the county.
Which means that this is...
And that's not all the taxpayers.
Right, so it can't be used, that general fund money can't be used for this Norcrest system.
That's correct.
It's sort of like the fire districts, and it's sort of like the Parks and Rec, is that's the way it's done.
County Manager, go ahead,
The
Attorney Moorfield.
remedy for a district like this that's not making it financially is that's why you have the district. You have to levy a tax in that district.
County Manager Greer or Assistant Manager Shaw, do you have any updates or comments on that?
I'm sorry.
Was there previous money that was moved to Norcrest? How was that done?
It was used, freed up capacity was used because the ARP funding and freed up capacity was all encompassing for all county operations when we received it. When it freed up, we made a policy decision to move it to general fund, but we could have made a policy decision because it was ARP funding to move it to other additional funds. With that, we've allocated $550,000 from freed up capacity as a match for grants for the Norcrest district. I think I said that right. I'm trying to say it. Yeah, I think we've done that already.
Commissioner Adams, you're continue to recognize for the balance of your time.
Was that with ARP funds or was that freed up capacity funds? Because if they were ARP funds, you're okay.
It was ARP funding. It was ARP funding in which we used that turned into freed up capacity.
Which means it went into the general fund, which means it shouldn't have been used.
Yes.
So County Manager Greer, do we have, I'm sorry, Commissioner Adams, do you have anything
No,
else?
I'm just contemplating, Mr. Chairman. You can go ahead.
County Manager Greer, so is there based on that discussion, where would the dollars
I
come
will
from?
have to go back and bring that back.
Okay. So we want to move this, I will allow you, the board won't take action on it now, and you can move it back to an agenda based on your readiness.
Yes.
Commissioner Adams, you recognize.
And I guess I can ask the county attorney this. If we call the Norcrest system together, the board, could they ask for a loan from the county to be able to do that and pay the loan back? Is that able to be done? Because the Norcrest board has its own board.
Yeah, it's same group of people, but it's the same board, you're right, and they're distinct legally. That's not common, but I think if it were, you put a mechanism in place to assure the repayment of the funds, that would be, but I think the problem is that this is like the second year that there's a loss. But the reason for the district system is that you can sustain it by any means that you have to, including levying a tax just in the district.
Commissioner Adams, anything else?
No, sir.
Commissioner Patel, you're recognized for comments or questions for up to 5 minutes. This is County Manager, you have something for you?
Commissioner Patel.
This might be for the county attorney. If we were to use freed up capacity equally in all of the water districts to give the whole county access, would that work?
The people in Fayetteville are not in any water district.
Okay.
And they're county taxpayers too.
Anything else? Commissioners, any other questions or comments on this one? Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized for a series of questions or comments for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we all know it's 5 minutes. We've heard it 7 times. I would like to hear the time frame of when this project will be going on. I only need 2 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. So we're prepared now to start with the infrastructure piece, which would help us in maintenance cost. We're at the end of life with some of this equipment. We are taking information that we have gained from our AIA study and 10-year growth projection to design a system where we have less issues with overflow potential and with updating infrastructure. And I also want to note that the MRF application for Norcrest is significant. When you talk about non-viable utilities, which Norcrest already has this designation, that we are non-viable utility. We're coming to the state to say we're ready to do a study to look at how we turn this situation around. One of the towns in Norcrest is also non-viable, and when you start looking at mergers of non-viable utilities, there is grant funding available in the Viable Utilities Reserve. So we're going to be exploring all of that in the next few months. Right now, we're trying to capitalize on grant money that was made available to us through congressional directed spending to upgrade our capital assets. And then by the fall, we will have more rate information. We'll continue to work through flow reconciliation. And then we will look at that merger regionalization feasibility study in the next 12 months, where we will identify what corrective action needs to be taken.
Thank you.
Vice Chairman Jones, anything else?
No, Mr. Chairman, that'll be all. Thank you so much.
Commissioners, other questions on this? Commissioner Tyson, round 2, you have 2 minutes for questions or comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And kind of listening to the rest of the board, I kind of like where Commissioner Patel was going, and I get what the county attorney said, Mr. Chair, about the residents of the city of Fayetteville being county taxpayers. But we do, in certain circumstances, offer to certain organizations the ability to be able to apply for grant funding from the county. And so I guess my question is, since the Norcrest Water and Sewer District is a distinct entity from the county, and it's a separate governing board, is there anything that would preclude us from putting together a grant funding program for a public utility infrastructure grant and allowing Norcrest or other public utilities to apply for that grant funding, Mr. Chair? That's my question.
Attorney Moorfield.
I think you've all heard me say many times, counties don't have the authority to make grants, not even to other local governments. We have the authority to receive grants from state and the federal government, but not from local governments. And that applies to all the cities and towns in the county too. As far as a district, a district is a municipal corporation, but it's not a town. But it's the same. If we can provide funding for in some sort of contractual relationship or with a clawback or something. But the reason that the boards of commissioners are the governing boards of these districts is because they are separate tax districts. So you have the full authority, and you'd be unless district boards have been granted separate authority, but you have the full authority to make everything work in terms of the financing and stuff, because you can set different tax rates in the different districts as needed in light of the county tax rate too. So, but that is why districts are in place, or by what the statutory is to provide the service and provide the means to pay for the services.
And maybe, Mr. Chair, the terminology that I used was not correct, but I do know we have provided assistance programs to other entities outside of the county that those entities can apply for. And so whatever you want to call it, Mr. Attorney, that's what I'm getting at, because we've used that vehicle in the past with the contract for services, for example. And so that's the model that I'm kind of thinking of, if that's a viable option, Mr. Attorney.
Well, the programs that you're talking about that were done, like with the nonprofits and small businesses, all of those were to fulfill a public purpose. That's the first step. And then it was by contract, and what they were being paid for was providing that public service, which the Board of Commissioners or the county had the authority to provide itself. So that's how that arrangement. With, we can take a look at it in terms of districts, but it doesn't, if they can't pay, if it's not sustaining itself financially without a loan, I mean, that's the problem. I mean, you really, the real remedy is a tax rate that would make it work.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Board, again, I think the county manager is going to bring back a recommendation on how we would fund this based on some of the discussion here. Is there action that we need to take that's timely today, County Manager?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Commissioners, any other comments or discussion on this item? All right. We'll go ahead and move to the next item, Airport Economic Development Incentive Funding and Associated Budget Ordinance Amendment B60-295. County Manager Greer, you're recognized.
Yes, recently, back in March 12th, we talked about some funding incentive for the airport. Ty Vault, Chief of Staff, will present this item and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. So this item, as the manager stated, is a follow-up from the March 12th agenda session. This was a request that originated as a commissioner request coming from Commissioner Patel regarding airport funding. The request was for the county to allocate $400,000 to the Fayetteville Regional Airport for economic development. At the March 12th meeting, the board voted unanimously to approve the request for economic development, with the understanding that before any funds may be spent, the board would need to take any action take action at a future meeting to include a public hearing and consideration of a agreement. At this time, staff is only bringing forward the budget ordinance amendment to allocate funds, which would come from ARP freed up general fund capacity. We are not yet at the point of contract, and we are not at the stage of public hearing. Those items would come back separately before expenditure would occur. So the action before the board is limited to the consideration of approval of budget ordinance amendment B260295, which would set aside the funding. It does not authorize expenditure of the funds at this time. So I'll take any questions that you may have.
Commissioners, questions on this item? Commissioner Adams, you're recognized for a series of questions or comments for up to 5 minutes.
I guess I go back to Commissioner Tyson's thing. If you can't do the grant for the water district, how do you do a grant for this with no services being provided back? This is, from my understanding, I wasn't here when it was done, but I kind of reviewed some documents and everything. It's a match for a grant to try to get an airline to come to the Fayetteville Regional Airport. You can call it economic development all you want to.
I've explained to the airport guy too. The only way we can pass this money through is with a contract with the carrier that is committed by contract to provide this new route for whatever time period. I mean, it'd be a real economic development incentive.
So it would have to be an economic incentive. I guess as we do these incentives, though, it's usually about creation of jobs. I guess you create some jobs at the airport because you got this airline coming through. But some creation of jobs and...
One thing is, I've never seen used, but it's in the statute, is if you find that it enhances the business prospects of the county. And I think the board could find that an air route to another hub in a different part of the country or something would help that. But that's the way it worked. I don't know that it'll really work because I think that the airport was expecting we were going to write them a check. Okay, but I've explained this to the airport also.
And I would tell you, in this day and age, I saw Spirit's finna go bankruptcy again within 2 weeks. And I do like to fly out of Fayetteville. Would love to have another carrier. But I think with all of what's coming down the pipe from the federal government, the state government and I know the money's not leaving now, but we're authorizing it. This $400,000 could be best used within the county as opposed to going over to the Fayetteville Regional Airport. I love the city of Fayetteville. And I think that it would be great. I know they're going to match it. I saw that. But I think that might be what they need to match the whole thing to get them here. I don't know how they got the DC route, and we did the DC route. It didn't work. They were flying into the wrong airport. They should have probably been flying into in the Reagan as opposed to Dulles because the military wouldn't go. But then we had the Texas route, which lasted a little while, and then that went away. So, you know, $400,000 of taxpayer money to be able to try to get a carrier with fuel costs high and everything else, and all of these other routes. Everybody's cutting back their routes, and once the war is over, maybe they'll come back. But they're cutting out all of their routes tremendously. So unless they got somebody they've kind of identified that's willing to do this, to give up $400,000 in advance just doesn't make sense to me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Commissioner Patel, you recognize for a series of questions or comments for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Vaught, for your work on this. If I can provide a little bit of background, I think one of the big points is, you know, the cities shared their funding. In fact, they approved it in 2024. The TDA last week approved just shy of $200,000 if the county moves forward. And the way that this would work is, unless the airlines do actually deliver and contract with the county, this funding wouldn't be given away in essence. So it would only be utilized if we're actually getting flights and more routes and more ridership. And the grant that you see for $750,000, the SCASD grant, that one's fairly unlikely to be received by the city or the county. So this was a way to make it a more regional team effort between city, county, and the Tourism Development Authority.
Anything else, Commissioner?
So my big takeaway here is, unless we're going to get something, the money won't go away. And one thing the TDA did do is, if the money is not utilized within a certain time frame, it can get clawed back. So if that's a provision, that would be helpful for the board to provide some comfortability.
So just as a point of clarification, County Manager, this is just a budget ordinance amendment that any contract, we're going to have public hearing, there's a series. So this is just to set aside the dollars.
Yes.
I think the appropriate motion would be to approve it with the contingency that it be can only be passed through to an airline that has agreed to terms of an economic development contract.
Commissioner Tyson, and then I'll come back to you, Commissioner Adams, for round two.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, Mr. Chairman, in light of, you know, what our activities as a board, of what we're looking at with our Crown District, I know we've been talking about what that gateway corridor looks like. We've been talking about, you know, whether or not we're going to potentially work with the city for a potential overlay in that area, and kind of really planning for the future of that. I really believe that, you know, trying some different approaches to bolstering the economic impact of that area would be important. And, you know, we've heard from our partners over at the Crown Complex that looking at alternate strategies has to be included as we look to modernize those facilities, Mr. Chair. So I would generally be in supportive of this, contingent upon, as the county attorney said, that this meets within the framework and the guidelines that he set forth. But I do think, you know, this could spur some of that improvement in that area that we've been looking for potentially. And I think we do need to try different economic impact initiatives to try to make a difference, Mr. Chair. And I yield back the remainder of my time.
Commissioner Adams, you're recognized for round two. You have 2 minutes for questions or comments.
Thank you. And I guess my question is, once you do this budget ordinance, that money's tied up, not to be spent. We're headed in the budget season. I don't see the rush on this. I'm not necessarily opposed to doing this, but if we need that $400,000 during budget season, because I might have to give the sheriff some money to get me some more deputies at the front door, we're tying up $400,000 for whatever period of time when you don't even have a carrier identified. I think you've already passed and given the belief that the county is willing to do this, but I don't see tying up $400,000, because I clearly hope that if we do that, we don't come back asking to cut jobs and things in the budget from any of the departments as we're giving away this $400,000. So the budget ordinance does that. It doesn't, even though they're not giving it to them, it's tied up and you can't use it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioners, other questions or comments? Commissioner Faircloth, you're recognized for round one. Series of questions up to 5 minutes.
Piggybacking on what Commissioner Adams said, is there a way we can approve this in some kind of a concept or pledge type mode, as though, you know, we would be on board with this if we see something tangible happening, but we don't tie up the money at present, and when we have our budget meeting, we don't have $400,000 sitting there we can't use. Is there a way to do that,
Mr. County Manager Greer?
We did that. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Isn't that what y'all did on the 15th, is basically vote on the concept, just didn't have the budget ordinance, didn't have the money?
Correct.
On the 15th of what?
So
March 12th.
the purpose of this is to set aside with a budget ordinance the $400,000. Much like if you look at freed up capacity right now and you look at the laundry list of things that are on there, to include things that previous boards have done that are still on there, like a farmer's market or other items that are sitting on that freed up capacity list. This would be in that freed up capacity funding bucket that now sits within the general fund. It's not recurring dollars. So just as a point of reference, and then I'm going to let Commissioner Faircloth, did you have anything else before you finish your time?
I didn't understand the answer to my question. County Manager?
Yes, we could, but if the board commits in any form or fashion, we have to show that commitment as part of committed fund balance within the financial statement. But
Without a budget ordinance, we can do that?
Without a budget ordinance, we can't do it, but with a budget ordinance, we will have to do that. Now, any commitment by the board could always be reversed.
That's right.
So you always have the ability to reverse the commitment and save it for a different year, or use it, or recommit it in future years, or at a later time.
Thank you.
Commissioner Faircloth, that's your
fine.
question.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized for comments or a series of questions up to 5 minutes.
Manager Greer, this question is for you, piggybacking off of what Commissioner Faircloth has stated. Since we are, and also Commissioner Adams, since we are coming up with budget season, if we chose to go the route they were stating, what would be the time frame we'd have to do that? Although you said it could be reversed, in other words, if what would we look at the time frame for it not to interfere and not to have to do a reverse? When would the board have to make that decision, basically?
As Vice Chairman Jones, as we go through the budget process, we would reevaluate it if it was necessary, and we could uncommit, or the board, not we, the staff, but the board could uncommit those funds and free them up for a different purpose, and or go back in a future year or a future time period, next 30, 60 days, and recommit that funding.
I have a second part to that.
You have balance your time, ma'am.
Thank you. So so say if we did do that, say we stated, we want to go ahead, freeze this up, and then we reversed it back, how long would it take for those fundings to be usable? Right away, or what?
It'll be right away.
Okay. That's it for me.
Any other questions or comments on this? County Manager Greer, just a quick question, or maybe it's for the attorney. We wanted to move forward through the economic development process to have a public hearing, et cetera. We could move through to a public hearing, have that discussion, take a vote there, and through that vote, at that time, allocate the budget ordinance, correct?
I think that's getting way ahead of it because we don't know that we'd have a carrier that would even do this yet. I think, and the board has done this in the past with appropriations like this, put a limit on it. In fact, it was originally on your motion for the history museum, reconstruction and whatever, history museum up there, Commissioner Adams, that you had a time limit to which something had to have happened, and you could do that with this also. You could, do a budget amendment that would automatically terminate 24 months, 36, whatever time you want to put a time period on it, and subject to it becoming an economic development agreement with the carrier.
Commissioner Patel, you recognize.
And I will say that
You're round to 2 minutes.
the airport director is going to be speaking with the airlines in June. So it's more of if he can show that he's got commitment of about $1 million to $3 million from multiple sources in the community, then the airlines are a lot more likely to work with us in a positive manner. If that doesn't come to fruition, the dollars wouldn't be spent.
Anything else, Commissioner Patel? Board, any other questions or comments on this? Is there a motion that we want to bring forward for direction? Commissioner Patel, you recognize for a motion.
Move to approve the request for funding for the Fayetteville Regional Airport Incentive Fund, approval of the associated budget ordinance amendment B260295, and that this item be forwarded to the April 27, 2026 regular meeting as a consent agenda item.
Second the motion.
Got a motion to approve the request for funding for the airport incentive funds been properly seconded. Any questions or comments on the motion? Just as a point of clarity, these dollars can be pulled back and reversed at any time based on board direction. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Hearing any other questions or comments on this motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Voting in favor, Commissioner Tyson, Vice Chairman Jones, Chairman Debbie Gare, Commissioner Patel, and Commissioner Fairclough. Voting in opposition, Commissioner Adams.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board, at this time, we've been going for about an hour and a half. I want to be respectful of people. If you would like a recess for personal comfort break, or if not, we will continue to move forward.
I think one took one.
If you,
Well, he took one, but yeah, I can take one. But I just want to, on that last item.
You recognize, Commissioner.
I'm sorry, that's on that last item, because there was a no vote, goes to an item of business and not to the consent agenda.
Correct.
Just for staff.
Correct. Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Do we need to take a 10-minute break for personal comfort? We'll go ahead and take a 10-minute recess. We'll re-adjourn at 3:40. And we'll move to the next item. Next item is ordinance imposing a moratorium of the issuance of any development permits for sitting data centers within Cumberland County zoning jurisdiction. County Manager Greer, you recognize.
Yes, turn this one over to Rick Moorfield, County Attorney, to discuss, present, and answer any questions you may have.
And Commissioners, I handed out at the first portion of this meeting last Thursday the draft proposed ordinance and some two articles that will be cited with footnotes in there. Those were not completed at last Thursday either, but I'm still working on that. But did everybody get a chance to look at that? Well, okay. All right. Would you, what I've done, let me pull up the moratorium, proposed moratorium is done in the format that's required by the general statutes. And that's the reason that it reads the way it is and broken down the way it is. The things that are set out is numbered as in bold font, starting off with problems or conditions necessitating a moratorium. All those titles are taken straight from the statute so that they can be easily followed. And I have included in those, each one of these sections, things that we were made aware of by the people who appeared at the residents who appeared at the public forum, and I've kind of followed the same order as some of that stuff was talked about. The electric power usage, water usage, environmental impacts, with one of the main ones being the noise that data centers may generate. And each one of those, you'll see that there's a reference to a footnote, and what I've done is the two articles that I provided with that proposed ordinance, it will be a cite to those. Just when I was working on this last week, I did not have the time to finish up the actual footnoting. I only finished this the day of the meeting. But in any event, I'll have those there before it comes back for the final consideration. And what those footnotes reference are portions in those articles that actually give some data about these three issues. And I use those two articles because they were sort of like on the extremes of positions on this one. The one from the University of Michigan looked like a very conservative approach in terms of estimates on the impacts, and the one from the Sierra Club looked like a very much stronger argument about the environmental impacts. And that's also a basis for the board taking time to consider this fully and look at some of this stuff. The one thing that's particular to us is that and that's subsection E in that first part, the zoning ordinance issue. Our ordinance doesn't even have anything that is like a data center that's permitted by in any zoning district. But in our ordinance, if we have something that is not a permitted use in some district, then it is given it's permitted by right for the use addressed by the ordinance that's most closely related to the land use impacts created by the proposed use. And that has worked okay for the things that we have been dealing with until now. But a data center, the impacts are very much broader and in range and in scale than any single use that we have. And what I'm saying is there's not really a single use that's a permitted use in the ordinance that is comparable to the impacts that the data center has. And that is, I think, a good legal basis for imposing the moratorium to give us time to work through the legalities of the ordinance or the zoning changes. One of the things that you have to mention, and as I said, this is just following the the statute, alternate course of action was considered. And I think that with what you have heard at the public forum and the information that you were quite aware of anyway, a moratorium is required because the resolution of the issues will require collaboration and perhaps agreements with each of the electric power providers and potential public water suppliers serving the county's residents. With respect to the water suppliers, that process is going on, has been for a while now, but it's certainly not completed. And I think without having, right at the present time, not having any control of water or a water system, we need to get further along in finalizing how much control, how much capacity, and that sort of stuff that the county will have in terms of water development for water use. So I think that's a significant issue for Cumberland County that's not present in a lot of the other places that I've read about on some of this stuff. The development, section 2 is the development approvals that will be subject to the moratorium. In our case, that's just going to be the planning staff review of site plans under any section of the zoning ordinance and the issuance of zoning and building permits. Those are the two permits that would apply in this situation. I'm leaving it up to the board to determine how long you want this moratorium to be. I know it was talking a year to 3 years. I think a year is a tight window for all the things we have going on, particularly with developing the water systems and stuff, and developing or acquiring a permanent water capacity. So just keep that in mind, and I think that's something, again, that's particular to our situation. And the actions to be taken during the moratorium are basically just the things that are already ongoing with respect to the water. We should also have discussions with the electric power providers to see what impacts, if any, it will have on the rate structure. Every article that I've brought across in this stuff, that's one of the complaints, is that residential electric rates follow, increase and follow the data centers. And one thing one of the last things in there is with respect to the environmental impacts, that I'm suggesting that the board or some of its members may make site visits to locations with existing data centers, and all those will be arranged after sufficient information has been received on the electric power capacity and rate, and the plan for the public water supply is sufficient for us to determine the scale of a data center that might even be permitted here. And that's just a suggestion that I put in here. If the board, you can leave it in here whether you really want to do it or not, but I think it would certainly be something that you would want to consider doing. And we've had offers from several locations, not so close by, but not real far away either, that are willing to take board members to see data centers, how they're sited in other areas, and see firsthand what the impacts are. But this is what the moratorium I'm recommending is this language, and I think it covers fully with the statutory requirements, and we just want to hear what the board's thoughts are and direction is on with respect to the length of it. And in terms of the timing of this, we'd have to get it and we can do it tomorrow, but we would have to get a notice to the Fayetteville Observer tomorrow for the publication of a public hearing, and that would still be the earliest we could do that would be May the 4th. If we, and I didn't know whether the board would want to do this and conduct a public hearing at the day meeting. Traditionally, we try to do the public hearing at the second meeting, so that's a board determination. So I'll try to answer any questions you may have.
Commissioners, questions for Attorney Moorfield on this item? Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized. Series of questions and comments for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Attorney. I want to first thank you for bringing this back so quickly and timely after we had our public forum. I do think it is important as a board that we look at this process, that we look at kind of the next steps on what we're going to do and what we're going to take as a board to protect our community and also look to provide a framework for these kind of developments. I do have a few questions and comments relating to the proposed ordinance, a few concerns as well. The first one being under 1A, the definition. My primary concern here is I don't know if that definition is really tight enough to target what we would be intending it for while not jeopardizing economic development opportunities with other like users that may have some sort of computing component in their use. It may be that we had an industry that would come here and they would have a data shed, for example, that was a secondary use to their company, but, may be construed to be defined as a data center under this definition. So, I would be in favor of us tightening that up a little bit, maybe defining that as a primary use. So if it's a secondary use to an industry that's looking to come here, that wouldn't necessarily handicap this board's ability to look at those kind of opportunities. The other question and concern that I have, and I can take them one at a time, Mr. Chair or Mr. Attorney, or I can allow the attorney to respond kind of one at a time.
I recognize for a series of questions. The attorney would like to take them one at a time. That's probably logical.
It's fine. The definition is sort of a compilation of several that I've seen in some of the articles and stuff I looked at of what a data center, and that the point you raised is discussed in those articles. It'd be fine to add some language that the data needed for cloud services, internet applications, artificial intelligence workloads, to add something that to make it clear that it's not for the entity itself, not for the business itself, but it is sort of a broad definition, but you're just concerned about what if just a company that all companies probably have internet applications and networking equipment, infrastructure and stuff in their buildings, but this is, I think I had somewhere here, and distribute massive amounts of data needed for those things. I think that's the terminology that is why this language is used.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, kind of as a follow-up to that, I just think we could tighten that up a little bit. I mean, let's say we had Apple that wanted to put an office here, for example. I mean, they may have a lot of data that gets uploaded for crowd services, but I don't know that we would necessarily preclude them if they were looking to put some sort of corporate headquarters or an office here that had an economic impact in terms of jobs. So
I think I could follow up with just a sentence that this definition shall not apply to a single business doing these, conducting this type of technology for its sole purposes or something like that. I mean, I think there'd be a way to tighten it up with that.
And then, Mr. Chair, kind of my next set of questions kind of goes to B and C. And I guess this is more just for general information from our attorney. Should we be looking at the electrical and water consumption of other industry types? Because my concern there is, let's say we allowed other industry to develop that used as much electric or water or more than what the data centers use. I would be concerned about a potential equal protection claim that then the data center could raise, saying, hey, you're putting this metric in place because we use a lot of electric and a lot of water, but this industry is also using that much or more. So that's a question I have is would they have an equal protection claim potentially under the law if we allowed another industry to come in with that usage?
And I looked for some comparable, what I found there was on the 2 megawatt hours of electricity, which is roughly equivalent power consumption of a small town, and that was the language that I footnoted there. I would, have rather have had, a town of 3,000 or 10,000 residents or something like that, but that's just the information that I had available when I was putting this together. But I know that there are studies out there that do speak of it in those terms, in terms of comparing it to other industries and stuff like that. But it'll just take me some more time to pull that together. I mean, there's a whole lot of data, a whole lot of research papers and studies and stuff that have been done on this, on data centers.
So, Mr. Chair, that would be my ask, is that as we look to this process, one, that we make sure that we've got a really tight definition so that we're not having impacts on economic development opportunities this is not intended to address. And that, two, that we really get some understanding about the water and the electric usage and whether or not that's appropriate to be specifically in the moratorium as it relates to potential litigation liability. I want to make sure we're really covered here and that we go through this process thoroughly, Mr. Chair. That would be my ask. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Commissioners, other questions or comments on these items? Commissioner Patel, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And you've got 5 minutes for a series of questions and comments.
Thank you, sir. So, not to rehash some of the Commissioner Tyson's points, but kind of piggybacking on them, if we're looking at truly protecting the community, what would be, if you're saying a moratorium at a year may be too short in essence, would it be a better route for us to have a strict zoning ordinance in place that where we'd be able to allow conditions, basically do conditional zoning with the strict ordinance, and then as we progress further, do more research, get more community feedback, maybe update those ordinances
Yeah,
to make more sense?
that would be something to be ongoing now also, But
So which one's more protective, to have a strict ordinance up front with conditional zoning?
I think the problem we have right now is if a data center wanted to site here, under our ordinance, they'd have a right to. It would just be in a zoning district that is suitable for uses that are the most similar to it. And I don't see anything that we have that's similar that does all these things. I mean, we have a series of manufacturing operations that do some of these things, but I don't know of anything we have that uses this in terms of the quantity of water that we're looking at, or the electric power. We have industries that generate a lot of noise at times, but what I've read on this stuff, the noise, the low hum or drone sound is constant. It doesn't go away, and there's a low frequency noise that can have a noticeable impact on residents as far as 3,000 feet from the facility. I mean, that's been reported in a couple of places. And we just don't have anything like that. And I think that would be a reason for having a moratorium until we get, it'd give us time to get a zoning ordinance in place. And we may not want to do it by zoning at all. It may be through a development agreement process. We haven't used that process here. That's how they're done in like Loudoun County, their development agreements. Loudoun County, Virginia.
Anything else, Commissioner Patel? No, sir. Commissioners, other questions? Commissioner Adams, you're recognized for a series of questions or comments for up to 5 minutes.
I guess, Rick, I asked the same question. You know, we lawyers, do we compare this to some of the other municipalities that already got the ordinances in place, which might answer some of the questions that Commissioner Tyson had? So if we had them side by side, is ours different? Are we creating something that's I know there's at least 3 or 4 people in North Carolina that's already done the moratorium.
I think it's probably a dozen now.
Yeah, so instead of creating it from scratch, and you've already done that, but is to see what because they've already enacted theirs, and I guess nobody's suing them, so we need to kind of look at theirs along that. So I'd like to see a couple of the other ones, or I can pull them up.
I tried to pull some up, but I was unsuccessful.
Well, if I find them, I'll give them to you.
I found articles on being passed and stuff like that, but.
But see, these kind of commissions, we talk to each other. Mr. Chairman, and I would just say this is the last thing I say as you do that. 2 things, I guess, 2 things. One, if we pass this to take it to a public hearing, I would be in favor of doing it at the evening hearing. That gives the people an opportunity to be heard. They're not heard in our morning meeting, and so they can come and have their say on it if you're going to have that. Well, I guess at a public hearing, you got to have that anyway, but I think the evening gives everybody an opportunity to do that. The last thing is that I think this thing needs to be in coordination with the city of Fayetteville when you do the ordinance, not the moratorium, but if we do an ordinance, I think we ought to be looking at something that's kind of comprehensive to the community, if at all possible. That might be staff and talking to them, but multiple ordinance where people can't figure out what's what. So I would encourage us to kind of have some conversations with the city of Fayetteville in terms of their ordinance as we move forward. Because the rest of the cities will be in the zoning and over with Rawls when y'all do it, so they'll see it. But Spring Lake, Hope Mills, and all of them should be able to see that moratorium, so they don't have to recreate something. I mean, the ordinance, so they don't have to recreate something. That's farther down the line, though, but yes.
Anything else, Commissioner?
No, I'm good.
So just as a point of clarification, today we're just talking about moratorium steps, not ordinance. So just to be clear. Commissioners, any other questions before the chair has round 1? You want to go to round 2?
Just one quick comment, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead. You series of your time, balance of your time from round 1. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, just to piggyback on that, Commissioner Adams and Commissioner Patel's point, I do think, it would be prudent for us to go ahead and engage in a process in conjunction with our moratorium as we look to the next planning steps for coming up and shaping some reasonable regulations and zoning in place. So, I would be favorable requesting the county manager to engage our planning partners. I know Commissioner Patel's our planning commissioner, so I'm not going to steal too much of his thunder, but would certainly be open to that. I'd also, as Commissioner Adams mentioned, be open to working with our partners at the city of Fayetteville. I think it's always, collaboration always is going to make us stronger and better, Mr. Chair, so I would be supportive of both of those things. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Commissioner Tyson. Again, today's topic is around moratorium. We can look to take next steps if there's additional steps we need to take. Any other questions? The chair has a couple questions. If not, for round 1. And I'll go ahead and address questions and stay within my 5-minute time limit. So, Attorney Moorfield, is there an opportunity for us versus a moratorium to look at an interim control resolution that is more immediate than a moratorium? A moratorium, what's the timeline for a moratorium? If we put a timeline, given if we went to an evening meeting to a public hearing, we would be how far out from a moratorium in place?
We could, you could adopt a moratorium after that public hearing that night, yeah.
And so that would be on May, Madam Clerk, our evening meeting in May is May
18th.
May 18th. So May 18th. So back to my original question, Attorney Moorfield, could we put an interim control resolution in place that is guided? The legal authority for that is, I think it's General Statute 160D or somewhere in there that allows us to put interim control resolutions in place.
No, I mean, a moratorium is you're still adopting an ordinance, and you still have, this is an ordinance, you have to go through the public hearing process, the advertisement, that stuff. There's no way to shortcut that.
So what you're telling me is there's no room, there's no authorization for us to put any kind of resolution in place that dictates interim controls. It's immediate protection. Once we approve a resolution, those things are in place.
When you're talking about immediate controls, you're talking about
Interim controls.
Well, anything you do with respect to the regulation of the development of land is covered by Chapter 160D, and anything you do will require a public hearing that has the notice provisions in the statute, in that chapter.
Even in Section 405?
Which one is that? You have to bring it to my attention.
It speaks to how you do an interim. So let me explain my rationale for asking this. So an interim controls versus a moratorium allow us to put something in place upon approval resolution. So we could go to a meeting with a resolution and approve a resolution like we do other resolutions, and there's some framework for it. It provides us immediate protection versus the time frame it would take us to get to a month to the May meeting. We could have a resolution walked on our next April meeting, and we could approve a resolution around interim controls based on the statute. And the whole reason why I say that is it provides us. Yes, ma'am, I'll come to you once I finish my time.
2 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
There's just no mechanism to control development except through the ordinance process. The section you're talking about is for appeals of administrative decisions.
I'm not an expert on the statute. I just know that my understanding is there is. Okay. You're the attorney.
I've been to a lot of classes on this chapter, and I've never run.
There's not any kind of interim controls we can put in place with the resolution. So what I'm looking for is immediate protection, because the concern I have for the time that we put a moratorium in place is if we have a bad actor in place. We're not giving tax incentives. We're not doing we're not looking at any of these things. The board has limited controls to shape how our community looks. And so right now, we are exposed. Right now, if a company put a permit in, we would have to honor that permit or start that process. So I'm looking for a shorter period of time that we can put some protections in place. A resolution, in some ways, is an immediate, but it's also a little softer than what you call a moratorium. You still have the same effect. It can still have the same impact. But if you're telling me there's not such a thing in our statute, then okay.
There just simply isn't.
Okay. All right. I will. That's my only question I had. Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized for a series of questions and comments up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'm going a different direction with this. I would like for the board to maybe consider putting a pause on reference of a memorandum and maybe just put a pause and see about if there's any way possible that we could talk to the city first, since we were talking about collaboration, and just maybe have a meeting with them to have minds of the meetings on what our governing board would like to do, and theirs is my recommendation to maybe not be so quick, although I've heard the steps that we'd have to take for one. I would like that consideration to maybe not be so quick to discuss or on those dates to vote on, have a memorandum, and maybe have the meeting with the city first would just be my recommendation.
Vice Chairman Jones, anything else?
Nope.
So, Commissioners, any other questions or round two? Because I just want to kind of frame it back on what I heard. So I heard some requests for a tighter definition around the purpose piece of this, tighter definition around the facility itself, the water and electrical usage as well, and then copies of the other moratoriums from the other municipalities or counties that have put that in place. Those are things that we'd like to see as a next step as we look to develop a moratorium. The question I have for the board is, do we want to go ahead and set the public hearing for that date so that our clerk can take action, and in the meantime, the staff can return these items? If we can create a folder on our SharePoint and begin to drop these items in those folders and then share that with the commissioners. So it's just not an email, but we actually have a living, breathing repository of information as we move through this process. Board, is that, I mean, we can take a motion. Are there other things we need to capture based on what I've heard?
And I didn't have that one in front of me, so, but I would ask this, as we look at that, was crypto mining in there too? I didn't. No. So that might be something that we might want to look at
Commissioner Adams, it's a good point. It could be determine how you do your electricity or water.
That's right.
The size of it, the size that we established, the moratorium that we put in place. There's multiple things that we should, look at is the threshold, the duration, our noise, any of the buffer requirements, utilities that we talked about, stormwater, if we want to talk about stormwater, we can kind of capture some of those things in the moratorium that leans us towards potential ordinance. Unless we need to keep it as general as we need to, which is fine.
We need to keep the zoning out of the moratorium. I mean,
Gotcha.
the moratorium is to stop the process.
That's right. Okay. Anything else does that frame up the direction that we need to do? And then I also heard, even though we're not talking about the ordinance, but some direction to look to the joint planning board for where we want the ordinance to begin the discussion. County Manager Greer, does that? Okay. Commissioner Patel, do you have a comment?
No, that was it, Mr. Chairman, to see if we could engage the joint planning board and perhaps their codes committee to look at the city's ordinance while we're making our motion, kind of wait into and get maybe potential some feedback from the community.
Okay. Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And speaking of that, Commissioner Patel, as you stated, getting the feedback, I, again, would just like to slow down thinking about voting or putting on May. Maybe we could get that information first, the input from the boards, as he stated, and maybe then think about a moratorium 30 days after we get that information. And I still think it would be a good idea to also meet with the city and then maybe consider doing all this moratorium. So in my opinion, if that information would be provided back within 30 days, that's May, then maybe, and then a meeting maybe, then maybe in June or July, we could consider, if needed, a moratorium. Just something to recommend. Because I'd like that information before we start putting, all this other stuff in process for May to vote on the moratorium. I haven't even got back, you're right, the input of all this other information before I can make a sound decision. And I would like to see, as he said, both boards, the city and county, what they're talking about, as well as where the city is leading on things for a good, just for good bodies working together for the community. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Commissioner Adams, round two.
Just quickly, Mr. Chairman, I would like to see us go ahead and have that public hearing in May. Even if you have the public hearing, you don't have to vote that night to be able to do that, but it moves the process on. So if we hear stuff at the public hearing from our citizens to say, we need this or we might need that, we can tweak that. And so I think that in terms of what we heard at our board meeting, whenever it was, that these citizens are engaged in this and they need to be heard. And they email you every day. So they are vested in this. And I think if we have that night meeting, and Mr. Chairman, I would possibly propose that we talk to Commissioner Patel and tell them not to put all of those zoning cases on and increase the time for people to be heard. I think that would be much better. That's you all. Y'all have all. We make it a shorter agenda, but let's hear the people. I think they need to be heard, and so that's just my comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
And Commissioner Adams, to your point, if we want to, like we did previously, set a special meeting just for that public hearing, we could do that.
No, don't do another. No, I don't want to do that now.
We want to make sure that people are heard.
Increase it a little bit.
I'm glad to.
I'm here today.
I'm glad to do that. So again, so what I'm hearing is, from the moratorium standpoint, we need some additional, and this would, information that would come to us, not at a meeting, but provided to us. We'll set up a SharePoint folder where the information can be in a repository, tighter definition, so tighten up this moratorium document, water and electricity usage, copies of the other moratoriums, and then we look to go ahead and set a public hearing, which if we're going to do that, then I'm going to need someone to make a motion around that. On the 18th, the Vice Chair has added in the interaction with the city along their ordinance or moratorium, their ordinance or moratorium.
Both, actually, I'd like to get their input on, what they're doing on their side of the fence.
So, County Manager, if we can get information from the city manager and just, again, feed that to us in email, but then drop the document in the SharePoint site so we have that feedback and that repository of information. Again, to Commissioner Adams' point, we don't have to take action after the May 18th public hearing, but in the steps that we're going through, if we're going to put a moratorium in place in a timely manner to protect the community, then having a public hearing gives us that step to be able to do that. Does that capture it? Does anybody want to take a stab at a motion?
Well, my motion would be to move forward with the moratorium public hearing on the evening of May 18th at that particular time, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
You want to add in the other items that we discussed to give direction to staff?
Well, I think that's just direction to staff. I'm just trying to keep it clean to that, because if I enlarge the motion on my benefit, people come on that public hearing talking about all of that other, and we're actually just talking about
So
the
can
moratorium.
you restate your motion, Commissioner Adams?
But Ms. Clerk, mine is to move forward with the public hearing for the moratorium on the May 18th meeting, the evening meeting.
Or moratorium on issues of development permits for data centers within the zoning
And crypto mining,
jurisdiction?
yes.
Did somebody have a second? You got a second? We've got a motion on the floor to move forward to a public hearing for a moratorium on issuance of development permits for data centers within the zoning jurisdiction of Cumberland County. That is just a public hearing. Any questions or comments on that motion? Hearing none. Question?
Just a question for
Yeah.
clarification.
You're right, now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I understand the motion to keep it clean. We're still going to move forward with staff, correct?
The direction, I'll give the direction following this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And then I will also entertain a motion if we want to make a motion around the joint planning board as well. Any other discussions or comments on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
And County Manager, so County Attorney, we're going to have to move quickly on that public notice. Let's.
We've got a little more time until the 18th.
And then, County Manager, just want to make sure you capture those other items. And again, Madam Clerk, if you'll work with staff to set that SharePoint site up and ensure that all commissioners have access, like we've done with Assistant Manager Bradley did previously with the other one. With the previous item, I think that's a good way to maintain repository of items. Commissioners, do we want to do anything around or do we want to wait on or just direction on the joint planning board? Commissioner Patel, you're recognized.
If I may make a motion, Chairman, I move that we allow the joint planning board and our planning inspection staff to continue working on with the city, getting feedback from the community in parallel.
Second.
We've got a motion to have our staff engage the joint planning board to continue the ordinance process, ensuring collaboration, not just with the members of the joint planning board, but also the city of Fayetteville, because they are not members of it. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion or comments on that motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
And in his absence, Commissioner Adams is an affirmative vote. At this time, we'll go ahead and move forward to project updates. We'll first move to the Aquatic Center. County Manager Greer.
Yes, Chairman, as you know, we've been going through a feasibility study or procuring RFP for feasibility study for a aquatic center in the county. We completed the selection process of LS3P. The board approved that on April 13th. We're planning to move forward over the next 30 days to complete a contract with LS3P and bring it forth to a committee meeting or board approval agenda session, and then also develop a schedule with LS3P to complete the comprehensive feasibility study and bring that forward to the board. Probably one of the initial steps would be to include a meeting with all community stakeholders at the first meeting. That would probably be the first step outside of the administrative items, and I'll take any questions you may have.
Commissioners, questions on this project update? Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized for a series of questions or comments up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it does relate specifically to this project, but also just our project updates in general. And I guess my question is, are we going to look to have some sort of supporting docs as we do these project updates monthly? Will we have either a project dashboard similar to what we did with our CIP that's on our website, where we can track projects, not just for the board's perusal, but also I think it's very important that our public knows where we're at in the stage of these projects as well. And so I guess that's really my question, Mr. Chair, is in addition to just being provided the updates at the agenda sessions monthly, have we looked to take it kind of a step further and provide some additional information to both the board and the general public?
County Manager Greer, can you give us what you anticipate for each of these projects as we move forward? I know each of them are probably going to have different project leads, but as we look at a standard project management update or report for the board, how do you envision that? I know LS3P will come back to us and tell us kind of next steps, but does it look like what we've previously seen on other projects? Is it a Gantt chart? What are we looking at?
We're working through trying to establish project dashboards for each project, like for the Crown Theater and Arena modernization and renovation. We have a particular website under the board's website. We'll create a dashboard so that the public can stay abreast of that. The same thing with the Aquatic Center. Both, I would say both of the contractors or the firms that we've been working with have different ideas about that. I want to make sure that when I meet with them over the next couple of weeks, that we standardize it similar to the dashboards that we have currently with all our other programs. So we can make sure that we have it's consistent on the look that the community and the organization has seen.
Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And kind of along that vein, just understanding the timing of that, because I know, I've been getting a lot of questions from constituents in the community, kind of being at the over the year mark. Where are we at with the aquatic? Where are we at with the modernization? Since we kind of set some of these priorities, so Unhoused support's another one. I know that raises a lot of questions, and I just want to make sure we're communicating very clearly to the public on, what's being done on these projects and how this board's moving with the staff to get some momentum done on these, and the timing of that, Mr. Chair.
County Manager Greer, is there a format or example that you could share with the board post this meeting that would give us visibility of what that's going to look like?
Yes, but I would need a couple of weeks to get that done. I can give you a general, but both of the program, all of the projects are kind of, although they're similar, they're generic, they're very specific in nature. So I just want to make sure that I get one, I can get it where it's the same information is being communicated. I don't think it'll be hard, but I got to think through it in light of recent changes in the organization.
So it's fair to say that that public facing, I think what Commissioner Tyson is talking about would look one way, but I think the project management, whatever they're using for the project management of the project could be shared with the board in a level of detail so that we have that as part of this update.
We have that, we just need to modify it to include these projects. So each agenda session, that information is included on there.
Okay, and I'm not asking for the dashboard, I'm just asking for how is our project manager tracking it right now, and provide that to the board as you get ready to move forward to a public-facing dashboard for the public, which is great, but it's not going to provide the level of detail potentially that some of our board members may want.
We're saying the same thing.
Okay, all right.
Commissioner, you mentioned Gantt chart, and I think probably most of these projects lend themselves to that type of presentation, and there's software out there for that. I don't know if the county has it, but it seems like we could use that on probably 80% of these projects, and that's helpful when everybody can understand it. You can just plot it and see where it's going. I mean, that's an excellent idea.
And my apologies, Commissioner Tyson, you have the balance of your time, 4+ minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chairman, maybe it's incumbent on the board to be more direct in its communications of its expectations as well. I know we are the eyes and ears for the community. And as the community communicates to us what their expectations are of us, it may be prudent that we, in turn, communicate those expectations that we have back to staff in terms of project timelines and deliverables. We certainly will need some resources to aid us in determining that, but it may be important that this board communicates to staff what its expectations are, because just being very blunt with you, Mr. Chair, I just think the Crown Theater and Arena modernization has taken way too long to get at this point, and I've heard that from other members in the community, that it's just kind of dragging on. So if it's us being more clear on our expectations on how these projects move, and I know we're going to get a briefing on that, but I just think we got to make sure we're communicating clearly where we are, but also communicating our expectations.
And Commissioner Tyson, I agree with you. We've been able to follow next steps. I think it would be beneficial if the board saw the project management document for each project, and then maybe we could bring back expectations, because the project document should, much as you look at the Unhoused, I use that. One thing that we've been very aware of is making sure any decisions we made in a timely manner, not to move that final go live date or ribbon cutting or opening date of the Unhoused. And I think we're looking for the same thing in the others. So to see that level of detail in each project, I think then we could come back as a board and have some conversations. We know in some of these projects, RFPs have been delayed, RFQs have been delayed, or different things like that, which adjust the overall timeline. But understanding a general timeline, I think, would be beneficial to us on each one of these projects. And I think that's what a general project management document provides you. And then we could come back and say we want to accelerate, or we're willing to have extra time, or whatever. Is that fair to, you still have 2.5 minutes? Yeah, I'm not wasting your time. If you're not talking, the time stops.
No, I think that does capture it, and I appreciate that, and appreciate the manager and the staff and all the hard work they do. It's certainly not any sort of criticism of them, but I just want to make sure we're communicating our expectations, because the community is sure communicating with us. And I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Chair.
Other questions or comments on the aquatic center? And we just kind of maneuvered off the aquatic center a little bit, but if we can keep back germane. Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized for a series of questions or comments up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say I think those action steps, and I agree with him, I've been here in the St. community, and I think that's a great idea what you were stating with the timeline. I'm just in agreement with you both on those statements.
So County Manager, and I know we're going to walk through each one of these projects. I want to stay germane to the aquatic center, but could we get an updated kind of project timeline for each one, even if it's, I know for example, on the Crown, we're still signing contracts and those things, but internally we should have a timeline on what we're looking to do and some rough estimates.
Will do.
And those can just be shared again with each of the commissioners, and potentially we can create a project doc on SharePoint and have those documents, there for the commissioners to review as needed. Anything else on the aquatic center? We'll go ahead and move to the Crown Theater arena modernization.
Yes, the Crown Theater modernization update. The next steps right now are to complete the CMAR interviews, which will happen on Thursday, and then schedule a planning meeting with the architect, owner's rep, CMAR, and county to develop the scope and the budget of the project. Look to do that either next week and or the week thereafter at the latest, and provide additional timelines afterwards.
Commissioners, questions on the Crown Theater and modernization? Commissioner Faircloth, you recognize for 5 minutes.
I really don't have anything except that when we use these acronyms, CMAR, that's construction manager at risk, for people that are listening and may not know what that is.
My apologies for that. I should have said that. I should have done that.
Commissioners, other questions on this item? County Manager Greer, from the chair, forgive me if I missed it, we are on track for a pre-planning meeting when?
No later than May 11th. I want to do it May 4th. I don't know if I want to do it May 4th if possible.
And one item I didn't see on here is our contract with OVG. I'm aware that that we are looking at the contract with OVG, so they're part of our project team. Excuse me, Commissioner Faircloth, Oakview Group, which runs our Crown complex for us.
That is scheduled to come on the 27th. Along with the architect contract and the owner's rep contract. I'm sorry.
All right. No other questions? It's information. We'll go ahead and move to the next one. Feasibility study for facilities.
Yes, we reached out to a vendor firm to provide us an estimate of what it would take to do a similar study as Cumberland County Schools had regarding their facilities. We received an estimate of approximately $450,000 to $500,000, and that would encompass all county facilities and all requirements, ADA, those things. One of the things that we hung up on, and we were trying to find out procurement-wise, did we have to get additional bids because it's an informal bid because of services. I think that was resolved earlier today, so we'll be bringing back some additional information, probably contracting first meeting in May to move that forward, and/or have discussions during the budget process about that.
Commissioners, questions on this item? Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized for 5 minutes. Questions and comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, this is an item that we had brought up and discussed kind of last budget cycle, so I'm glad to see that it's kind of moving forward. I would ask, as we look to kind of shape this study, one of the things that I thought was very helpful in the MGT study that was done by the school system was a utilization study. And so not just, hey, what systems do we have, what shape are they in, but, how are our facilities being utilized? Are they being utilized to their best capacity? Or is there other strategies or ways that we can utilize our existing facilities better? In addition to that, do we have facilities that the county really should look to reorient and shift or, potentially transition back to the private sector if it's a facility that we don't need? So I would just ask as we kind of work through that we include that kind of guidance and structure in that study as well, Mr. Chair.
County Manager, is the utility piece of this, utilization piece of this included?
It's included, and I omitted that, but that is part of the study.
For 450 to 500,000?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
Commissioner Patel, you're recognized for a series of questions or comments up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since our Parks and Rec presentation was delayed from our agenda meeting to next month, and we will be ideally looking at their budget, do we have a timeline when the study would come back for at least the Parks and Rec assets on the district side?
If we move forward with the study with this particular vendor, and I think we can, I think what we can do is we can make sure that that's, the schedule, we look at that first, or we can earmark what we need to look at first and attack and what's most critical. Again, this comes out of the concern of what happened with the Crown last summer, and I think Parks and Rec recreation facilities are one of the items that we probably need to look at first as part of the study.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Commissioners, other questions or comments? So, quick question from the chair, County Manager. So this feasibility study is last year before the budget, we were talking about a study around our buildings, our infrastructure. What's the difference with this and what we were looking at last year?
It's one and the same. I think timing-wise, we were in the middle of the budget process. And then after the fiscal year end, like I said, we just had so many issues. I just said we wasn't giving a deep dive into it. And I think we need to have that same deep dive that the school system had. I think when we talked last year, it was more of a, for lack of a better term, a surface glance. We need a deep dive based on some of the issues that we're having and need to make sure that we have it adequately funded through the budget process. Afterwards, we make sure that we have it adequately funded to address the needs in fiscal year 27, I guess fiscal year 27, 28, or I guess right now 28.
And so moving into this budget cycle, as we look at our debt service and we begin to look at deferred maintenance and the cost of these buildings, we're not going to have a picture of what that looks like going into this budget cycle. So as we establish our debt model and we begin to look at some of the requests that we have from the school system as well as higher ed with our community college, as well as our infrastructure needs, as well as just the normal debt, are we going to have a way to estimate, earmark, or look at what we need to set aside for debt capacity for this type of deferred maintenance?
I wouldn't say this fiscal year, I would say for next fiscal year 28. We'll have a general knowledge based on the staff's work. But I think, again, as I reemphasize, nothing against staff or anything, but I think based on some of the issues that we're having, we need a deeper dive from an outside lens for this.
And my last comment is my only concern is and I understand this is the process and it's going to take a little while. We saw what the school board did. My concern is we're going to make some decisions around our capacity for debt this budget year. And if we don't have, even if it's earmarked or an estimate or say we need to set aside X over the next years, then we're going to move to 27, 28. and we're not going to be able to have that potential capacity. That's my concern, so. But we can deal with that when we get to the budget, I guess. That's just something I would recommend we think about. Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think, along that vein, from what you're talking about, we know that there's, some facilities have a certain, lifespan, if what you want to call it, or, facilities become obsolescent the older they get. And so I think our jail, for example, is a perfect example where we're seeing increased maintenance costs rise because of the age of that facility. So included in that study, not just the utilization, not just the components of the actual building and the replacement of those systems, but also recommendations on replacement timelines for those facilities as they age, I think could really aid us in our capital investment plan in understanding when are we going to have to replace some of the facilities we own because they've just aged out. And I yield back the remainder of my time, Mr. Chair.
County Manager Greer, you're recognized.
I think that's what the study is going to give us. It's going to give us all of that. In light of what we had to deal with over the summer and recent, I think we need that. We're going to get all of that, and then we'll be able to make some real good decisions. And that's all I have to say.
Commissioners, any other questions? Do we have any idea the last time this was done?
It's been done
about 15, 20 years.
Thank you.
Do we have a copy of that one?
Is that document floating around anywhere?
Possibly.
Okay. It'd be beneficial if we could just see it, just out of curiosity more than anything. At this point, 20-year-old data is 20-year-old data. Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and move to the next item, joint 911.
Yes, still working through this with the city regarding joint 911. I do need to follow up on a few items so we can have another scheduled meeting and bring that forth to the board with the city of Fayetteville.
So, County Manager Greer, are we still waiting on information from City of Fayetteville?
Yes, Chairman.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions or comments on this? Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized for a series of questions or comments up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we have kind of a timeline, or can we sketch out a timeline on when we believe we can receive that information? Because I think it is really important, Mr. Chair. Both boards voted to consolidate, and that was something that both this board and the city council agreed upon. And I would just hate to see that we've gotten this far in the conversation. I think we're closer than we've ever been in terms of making this a reality for our residents and our taxpayers. And I just think we really need to understand what the timeline is on getting that response back and what is needed of us, if anything, to help facilitate these conversations so we can reach a resolution, Mr. Chair.
I will request after this meeting, sorry, Chairman.
Go ahead,
Commissioner Tyson, I will request again after this meeting for the information, and then provide a timeline based on receipt of that information.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back to the mayor.
And Commissioner Tyson, if needed, to your point, I can send a letter, much like we've talked about with other, that says, if we don't have information and a decision by both boards by such date, that we're going to disband. We're going to continue to move forward in a different direction. I think we've got to have a line in the sand that we're either moving or not. We've got some decisions to make on, mental health piece of this, CIT, and we've got some decisions on capacity in our areas as well. So I can do that as needed. We'll see what the manager gets back before we take that line. Next item, Shaw Heights.
Yes, I'll turn this one over to Ty Vault, Chief of Staff, to present and answer any questions you may have. Ty.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good afternoon again, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'll be brief. Just
Mr. Vaught, if you can just highlight, I didn't mean to cut you off, sir, but if
No,
you
you're
can just
fine.
highlight what's in the packet. I appreciate the staff preparing the information for us in advance.
Yes, sir, thank you. I will not rehash anything. I just want to just give an update that we did meet internally as staff, myself, ACM Phillips, Amy Hall, our Public Utilities Manager. We met in our General Manager for Natural Resources and Solid Waste Director, Amanda Lee. She was there in spirit. Amy brought her information and Faith brought her information. I know Amanda had some preliminary conversations with PwC. We met internally to talk about some of the issues that we had to work through as staff. One of the things we wanted to bring back, or I wanted to bring back, is we are launching a survey. I believe, actually I know that the last time this was brought in the month of February, Commissioner Fairclough asked a question specifically to, there's a high renter presence in that location. Had we reached out to homeowners and landlords who are there. And so we had done that circa 5-6 years ago during a community development plan, but I think it necessitates us to do that now. And so I think this is an update in your packet. Originally, there was not a attachment there, but you'll see in your packet there are several questions there for a survey that will go out to homeowners. There are some also questions in there related to some community development things, so we can kind of hit two birds with one stone if they have housing needs that are not related to specifically, a septic or a water issue. And so those are kind of the updates. What we plan to do is to bring that back once we have results, and we can aggregate those results and let you know what the sentiment and desires are of the folks who own property in the Shaw Heights neighborhood. And so that's the bulk of the discussion today. I'll take any questions that you have.
Commissioners, questions on this item? So very briefly, this survey will go out when, and how long will it be open for?
So we want to run it.
What's the distribution of it?
I'm sorry, I cut you off.
I'm sorry, what's the distribution of it as well?
Yes, sir. So we want to make sure that we're comprehensive. So, of course, I've already reached out to Diane's staff, spoke with two of her staff members. We want to launch this through the county website. Of course, we'll do our standard press release, but also social media. We'll do some mailers as well, because with landlords who don't live in the county may not be looking at our website on a regular basis. So we do have some addresses from that previous engagement several years ago. So we'll do some intentional, postcards, QR code type thing to reach out to them. And then whatever else Ms. Director Rice tells me to do, because she's a little bit more versed in that than I am. But at least 30 days, we want to at least be able to come back with the next project update. We may not have a completed survey in 30 days, but we should have a sufficient amount of response. We can at least let the board know what we have gleaned from those responses.
Okay. Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized for comments. 5 minutes or questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to also request that we make sure that the communications team perhaps get the survey or whoever's sending that out to our federal minstrel council, as that way we can, if we get it to their leaders, their president, their secretary, they'll be able to distribute out to their members. They pretty much know who lives in the nearby area or that lives in that area, so we can make sure that, like I stated, the federal minstrel council, since it's a makeup of so many different churches, they can filter that out to get it to who they need to get it to.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else, Vice Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioners, anything else on Shaw Heights? Thank you for the work.
Thank you.
We'll go ahead and move in the update. We'll go ahead and move to item F, Unhoused Support Center, County Manager Greer.
Yes, Assistant County Manager Hillis Gaines will present this item, answer any questions we have.
So I'm going to go through this fairly quickly. And this is just our update, and these are the couple of things I'm going to talk about. So you've seen this timeline before. It is basically where we're at. I did include our chart, our project chart. And so you do have this copy. You will see the yellow highlighted areas are critical dates, meaning if decisions aren't made by those dates, then we won't be able to stay on time or on track. You will also notice down at the bottom a 12/31/27 delivery date, which is what our Board of Commissioners asked for. Again, just want to point out that if we don't have a decision about site location this month, it will postpone that, and, now we're getting into the holidays, so it'll postpone it probably at least 2 months if we go to May and so forth. So, again, critical is yellow, which means we've got to have a site decision this month. And I think we have a closed session on the 27th to talk about site location. Banner Church, we are working hard to finish that contract. Their pre-opening budget is higher than in their proposal. It's higher by $54,887. They are looking at adding additional fees in there to include what I've listed on here. And you'll see the breakdown of what was in their pre-budget and what's in their new budget. In order for me to bring that forward, I would just need approval from the board to authorize that additional $54,000 in order to bring that contract forward. So you've seen these renderings before. The other decision that we need to make fairly quickly is what the building will look like, because it is extremely difficult to continue to lift up 2 different floor plans as we're going through schematic design. So this is the carved courtyards. I mentioned last week that this is the design that MANA prefers because of the ability to segregate populations. So this is just an example of what the carved courtyards would look like. This by no means is what it will look like, but it's just to give you some conversation around a carved courtyard. And then again, this is the intersecting forms. Both of these fit on the 2 sites that are under consideration. And again, an example of what the intersecting forms could look like. You will see that there are the population of single females and families are in the same wing, and that has posed some concern to MANA about having them in the same wing. But again, this is not necessarily what it would look like, but just to give you an update on where we are working through the schematic design. These are the couple of things that we will need going forward. So approval for the MANA contract. Because we have spent a lot of time with LS3P and additional test fits and site visits and civil work on different sites, we are looking to increase their schematic design budget by the $75,850. We should be able to cover that under the SCIF grant currently. And then we need to select a building and schematic design. And that is my update.
So, Mr. Manager Skeens, what actions do you need from the board tonight?
So I need an action or a consensus about the MANA Church of Dreams Center addition in their budget. Some consensus around the Amendment 3 amount so that I can put forward that budget. And then we would need to fairly quickly do a building design, so the carved courtyards, intersecting design, or a different shape. We had brought back a 2-story rectangle. We brought back a 1-story large square, and that did not seem to be the will of the board, so we've kind of gone back to those 2 renderings that you all approved back in August of 2025.
So we could look to do that bottom one on April 27th. That keeps us on the time frame. So we want to bring all that back together at one time, tied to the closed session. So we'll have some action on the exact location or any changes to the location, existing location, and then the schematic, if that's okay with the board. Board, I'll entertain options on the first 2 recommendations if you want to do direction, because both of those are going to come back to us for final approval. Commissioner Tyson, you recognize for a series of questions or comments for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on the first bullet point, the 54,887, based upon your communication with the provider, did you feel that that increase was justifiable and reasonable? Or was it more something that was missed and an error of omission in the bid?
I believe that it was an error of omission in the bid.
Okay. So is staff recommending that we approve that increased amount?
Yes. Otherwise, we would probably need to go back out for an RFP because Manna Church is saying that that is the amount they need in order to do pre-opening cost.
Then on the second item, the total, the $75,850 for the schematic design, is that cost gonna get us through final site selection and final model selection? Or is this just a cost to date with anticipation that that number would increase?
We believe that that will get us through Phase 2A of schematic design, which is all we're approved to do by this board. We've had substantial additional cost in reevaluating, at this point, 3 sites and doing test fits and site visits and civil work in order to really look at whether those sites are feasible. So we don't expect any additional cost through schematic design 2A.
Will any of those costs in the 75, if we look at additional options, would any of that translate over into some of the due diligence costs potentially?
So the 75 is already the amount that they have spent on the additional site work. I would imagine, without consulting with LS3P, that if we look at additional sites, not necessarily the one we talked about in closed session the other day, but if we looked at additional sites, that could increase if we're doing more test fitting site evaluation than schematic design.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time.
Commissioners, other questions? Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized for questions and comments up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If there's no more discussion, I would like to make 2 different motions to approve both of those, and I'd like to read that if possible.
Yes, ma'am, I've got a couple questions before we move to a motion. I want to
Okay.
make sure we can dispose of any questions or comments before we move to a motion. That's okay.
That's fine.
Any other questions or comments? So a couple questions from the board, from the chair. I want to clearly state that we are on our timeline for the Unhoused. The original timeline has always been the end of 27, and we are currently on that. There's been no delays on that timeline.
When you set the timeline of December of 2027, that is correct.
Okay, so just so we're clear, there's been no delays on that. That project chart you showed, that's, I think, what we're looking for conceptually for our other projects, and that's for the county manager. So just as a comment there. And then the cost on the additional work in 2A, when we had a conversation with our architects about what we were looking to do, did they provide us an estimate of cost, or they just assumed the meter was going to run and we were going to pay whatever the difference is based on the additional? My understanding is they could do some simple site, that's the right term I'm looking for, to put the schematic over a site. But did they give us, based on what we asked them to do, did they say this is going to be additional money and here's the scope and here's the hours we think it's going to take us to do what you're asking us to do?
So initially, when we looked at the first site, they were incorporating that into the schematic design budget. When we moved to alternative sites and added several more in there, they did substantial work on getting those sites ready to present, materials to present. So the short answer to your question is, this is the first time that I have asked them for what is the cost that we need to add on to schematic design 2A to cover what we now need to do to finish schematic design. So this is the first budget that they've presented.
So my follow-up to that is, when we approved 2A, one of the reasons we split it to 2A was to hold the line on costs as we were concerned about architectural cost. And so we tried to draw a line in the sand. I think the board was very deliberate about that, and as far as not having cost overrun that we didn't pre-approve. And so I have a little bit of concern that now I'm getting a bill for this board's getting a bill for $75,000 that we didn't authorize the work. We're kind of, won't say we're going down a path again, but I just want us to be cautious on when we ask our architects to do work, that we understand that it's in the scope or outside the scope and there's going to be additional cost, and that either comes back to the manager for approval or it comes back to the board, especially on that 2A. Because at 2A, we drew a line to say we didn't want to spend any more money until we were absolutely sure based on what we were kind of looking at. So that's my concern, but it is what it is. We've been presented a bill, they've done the work. I would just ask moving forward if there is additional cost that we make sure that at some level that either comes back to the board or it's approved at the manager level if this one wasn't. And that's not a lick on anybody, assistant manager schemes, please don't take it that way. Just for clarity, so we're all, we're going to have a lot of projects going on over the next, several years. I just want to make sure that we're just all consistent with that, because I think that was the board's intent. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, Vice Chairman, I entertain your two motions.
Thank you, and Manager Heather, if you could put that back on the screen, I'll read it from there.
Oh, sure.
I move to make a motion that the recommendation from the staff approval of additional $54,887 in pre-opening costs for Manor Church Dream Center final contract will be brought back to the BOC for final approval, be approved after legal sufficiency and pre-audit completed. That's the first motion.
Second.
We've got a motion to approve the additional $54,000 and change for pre-opening costs for the Manor Church contract. That final contract will be brought back to us for approval once the sufficiency and pre-audit has been properly seconded. Any discussion or comments on that motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
Madam Vice Chairman, I'll entertain your second motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the second motion is, I make a motion that we move to make the approval from the staff recommendation for approval to move forward to give them direction with amendment number 3 for LS3P for $75,850 for schematic design, phase 2, of which this will be brought back to the Board of Commissioners for final approval after legal sufficiency and pre-audited completed based on that of the selection of the building design, schematic design.
I'll second it. I got a question on the motion, Mr. Chair.
We've got a motion on the table to approve the Amendment 3 for LS3P in the amount of $75,850. It's properly seconded. I'll open it up for discussion or comments. Commissioner Tyson, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I apologize I didn't ask this on the previous motion, but the timeline for that to come back to the board, would it be at the next meeting, Mr. Chair, or when would we expect to get the final contract in item A, but also the finalized amendment number 3?
County Manager Greer or County Manager or Assistant Manager Schemes.
So the Manor Church Dream Center is with Manor Church right now. I was waiting on this final piece in order to send it for their legal review. They've had one legal review already, so it is now in the hands of Manor to provide back. I don't know that I would get that back and get it through legal and pre-audit by next month. Most likely it'll be June. In terms of the amendment, number 3 for LS3P, I actually have an amendment, and my plan was to start the process of our review by the end of this week.
So when would that come to the board, ma'am?
I would love to bring it back in May, but that will depend on it moving through the county process.
So, Mr. Chair, I would propose that we bring it back to our agenda, no later than our agenda session in May, as a friendly amendment to the Vice Chair's motion.
I accept the friendly amendment. What's that date, May, what's our?
May agenda, 14.
May 14.
I accept the friendly amendment and that we note the date of May 14th.
Any other questions or comments on the second motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous?
And County Manager Greer, if we can just add a note on the first one, we won't add it back into the motion, but just, we'll bring it back in May. And if not, then that's communicated to the board. We'll go ahead and move to water, next item, water and sewer.
Yes, Assistant County Manager Faith Phillips will provide an update on water and sewer projects.
Thank you, Danny. Thank you, County Manager Greer. Just to be brief, so we continue to work to address contamination to provide access to and capacity for clean, safe, regulated drinking water. There is more information in the report. I did want to highlight 3 specific items within the report that's in your packet. The first is, as we are working through our efforts to address contamination, we are working through regionalization as well as the county's water and sewer district model. With that, we have sought the assistance of the UNC School of Government, their Environmental Finance Center. And so on Monday, April the 27th, myself, the General Manager for Natural Resources, and our Public Utilities Project Manager, as well as we have also invited the clerks and stakeholders from our towns and other partners in the county. We will have a virtual training and information session on April the 27th for the county staff and other partners. It'll be on topics like general utility management, regionalization topics like options for partnership, regional governance, and ILA considerations. We are very thankful to UNC's School of Government's ECF to be with us in these efforts. For our districts, just a few items to highlight. For Norcrest, we will be applying for a Department of Environmental Quality merger regionalization feasibility study for Norcrest. General Manager Lee mentioned that earlier today. This will be through DEQ's Vulnerable Utilities Program. The funding application is due April 30th of 2026, and the study will be to looking at the feasibility and more information on bringing the towns into Norcrest. Let's see, skipping towards the Vander Water and Sewer District, you approved today to go to the consent agenda. We're seeking funding on the April 30th, 2026 application round from DEQ's Division of Water Infrastructure for a funding program for water supply development for water sources, treatment, and distribution lines in that area. Also, I wanted to say that we will be having a information session on Tuesday, April the 28th at 6:00 p.m. at Savannah Missionary Baptist Church for our proposed Cedar Creek Water and Sewer District. This information session will follow the same format as the proposed East Central Water and Sewer District meeting that we had on March the 31st. Finally, to Grays Creek Water and Sewer District, a few updates on the timeline for that project. The bid for Phase 1, Package 1 and 2 was advertised on March 24th of 2026. Due to having 2 bids and a 3rd bid that arrived late after the deadline on the due date of April 14th, 2026, the bid has been re-advertised. The new bid opening will be tomorrow, Tuesday, April 21st at 1:00 p.m. The goal of the project is to issue the notice to proceed during June of this year, to have 1 to 10,000 linear feet of water main installed by the 1st of November, with substantial completion on this phase of the project by end of November of 2026. Additionally, we held a pre-application meeting with USDA on Wednesday, April the 15th, to get more information as we are working towards applications for future phases of Grays Creek. And at this time, I can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Assistant Manager Phillips. Commissioners, any questions on this item? All right. Well, thank you so much. We'll go ahead and move forward. That completes the project updates.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, without objection, can we deem the monthly reports accepted and move on to item 6A?
Commissioners, any issues with, any objections to that?
I agree, and I would point out that this meeting is in somewhere at the beginning of hour number 8. But I do agree with Mr.
Tyson.
Without objection, the monthly reports are accepted as presented, and we'll go ahead and move to item 6. Commissioners, per our procedures, commissioners have 5 minutes to present an item. All the information is in front of you in your agenda. It's been provided ahead of time. There's a memorandum in there for each one of you. My request is simple. I provided 2 documents. I'd like to have 2 things. I'd like for you to authorize a letter from me. That letter is attached along with the draft resolution to the DEQ secretary. The second one is a resolution that accompanies it. Both documents call on NCDEQ to take enforcement actions around 3 specific areas. One, the corrective action plan North Carolina DEQ rejected the Comores Correction Action Plan for off-site soil and groundwater contamination in January 2020. More than 6 years later, there hasn't been a revised plan submitted. This is a violation in accordance with the consent order, and so I'd like for us to ask for that corrective action plan. We're also seeing, and I'm sure many of you, the commissioners, have seen it and have had conversations with our constituents around the GAC system maintenance failures. So there's issues with granular activated carbon filtration systems. Under the consent order, if they're put in place, there's supposed to be maintenance. That maintenance is not happening, and so there's a request of DEQ to take action and have some audits of that, as well as you can read the request in the letter and in the resolution. And the last one is unresolved financial obligation to public water connections. So according to the consent order, it establishes 2 distinct financial obligations for Comores, a $75,000 per home cap on connection cost to public water, and a 20-year water bill payment of up to $75 per month. There has been some questions from our constituents that have not gotten confirmation on if they have already accepted a GAC system, do they still retain that right to the public water connection? We need clarification from DEQ on that, as well as potentially from the Attorney General. I will say, Board, these are not new items. These have been well documented, and I think this is our opportunity as a board to lift our voice as a board and stand up for our residents and ensure that we get answers and information to this. So with that, I will ask for your support of those 2 items. Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Without objection, I make a motion that the board approve both the chairman's letter to Secretary Wilson and the accompanying resolution at its next regularly scheduled meeting, and authorize transmittal to NCDEQ, the governor of the North Carolina Attorney General, our legislative delegation, and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency for Region 4.
Second.
Got a motion to authorize the letter and resolution as presented in the agenda packet. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion or comments on that motion? And it'll be brought at the next meeting for approval on the consent agenda. Any discussions or comments on that motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
All right. At this time, we'll move to closed session. I understand the attorney has closed session for attorney-client privilege, attorney-client matter pursuant to NCGS 1433818.11A3. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Madam Vice Chair, I'd entertain a motion around that closed session.
Yes, I make a motion, we go into closed session for real estate property acquisition matters to NC, attorney-client privilege, my mistake, matters to NCGS 143-318.11A5. 3 instead of 5, because it's not 5.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Second the motion.
We've got a motion to go into closed session for attorney-client matters pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11A3. It's been properly seconded. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
And we are now in closed session. If we will let me know when we are offline, and the Homeland Security. Entertain a motion to come out of closed session. Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Motion to come out of closed session.
Second?
We got a motion to come out of closed session for attorney-client matter. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
And there's no action from closed session. There's no action further in front of this board.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
We got a motion to adjourn. It's been properly seconded. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
We're adjourned.